To get your information, to the food to be fashion, spoon, spoon, spoon television, spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You provide them, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? To get your information, to the food to be fashion, spoon, spoon, spoon television, spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You provide them, Maryland, to spoon. On the spoon to get your information, to the food to be
A pleasant good evening from Monrovia. I'd like to welcome all of you to Spoon Talk tonight, a weekend edition of the program. This is the edition that closes Spoon Talk for the rest of the week. And us coming back on Monday with a fresh edition. So welcome, just wherever you are, whether you're listening to us across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. Maybe you're listening by means of Fabric Radio 101.1, or you just joining us tonight on Voice of Liberia 104.1 in Banga, in Bon County, in Grand Bassa County, Lofa County, Margibi County, or maybe you're joining us by means of relay on the different community radio stations relaying the program, whether Trust FM in Bombay County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklipi, Nima County. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of Spoon Talk. It's loaded. This edition is heavy. The critical analysis, the views of Liberians, the news, the issue making the news, and everything is right here tonight for you, all in one full package. Let me welcome our online audience, those of you joining us by means of YouTube, Facebook. I want to welcome all of you tonight on Facebook. You can find us on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. On YouTube, our handle is Spoon Talk Live. So I want to thank all of you joining us tonight. I see a lot of you joining in. Let me recognize a few of you coming on tonight. I see Bob Akwala of Radio Voice of Lofa. Thanks for joining us. I hope you guys are relaying. But thank you for joining us, Mohammed Kai, Peter Tokpa, Shadrach Moses. And I see so many of you joining us tonight. Philip Bala, he says, well, Nelson, surprised to see you on the weekend. Yeah, you're right. I'm usually not here on the weekend, but thanks for joining us, Mr. Bala. Thanks for coming on tonight. I see Finlay, now he's moving fast. Peter Tokpa, John Clark is joining us. Thank you for coming on. Sana Kruma from Grand Jida County, that's where you're joining us from. Prince Yelagun from Sweden, thank you for joining us. Emmanuel Cooper, Daniel White, just keep sharing the program as you join us tonight, folks. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. Just share the show across Facebook, YouTube. Per Kimber, thanks for joining us. Abraham Amara Dunor. I see Saki Pay, Peter Topa. The rest of you coming on tonight, just keep sharing the show. This is Spoon Talk. This is your show. And we like to welcome all of you tonight. It's been a very busy day in Monrovia. We're going to go to the phone lines as we always do. Open the phone lines, hear from you. What are your thoughts? What are those issues you want to talk about tonight? You get to have the opportunity to do just that. The first segment of the program, as always, is dedicated to all of you out there to voice your concerns, to speak out on those different issues that matters the most to you. No specific order. You just have to be safer in doing that. But this segment is about you saying what that issue is that you want to talk about. So the number to call tonight, 0555-101075. That's the number, 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight. And you'll be live on Spoon Talk. Yes, thanks to all of you joining us tonight. Elizabeth Kiatama, Lloyd Powers, Winston Gray. Just keep sharing the show as you join us. So let me go to the phone lines. Take our first caller here. This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Mo, calling from opposite Coca-Cola Factory District number 3.
Baba, it's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Next thing, one time I told you certain things, people said I was lying with a new TVL company that in Liberia. Yeah. You are come to the area and see it. Upon Coca-Cola factory.
No, probably the conversation slipped my mind. But what's the issue?
Yeah, one time I called, I said that they had new TVL company that I told my staff, people said I was lying on the show. So you said that you are going to come to the place here, opposite Coca-Cola factory. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make my thought.
All right.
At CDC, thank you for you to do your groundbreaking today. That's how Liberia should be, and we support them. By you paying your, if the next man I pay their all, then I have business. When I make the offer, a little put in offer that they are business. President Walker, thank you. Thank you for that thing. That's what I wanted for you, from you. That's what I vote to you. And also, I want you, President Walker, the way the people, the corruption cases, and the people dragging it in a court, but they want. We want you must set up independent investigation people to investigate the people how the money was used. Because we will pay the money and our children will pay, our grandchildren will pay the money.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello. Yeah, let's hear you. Good evening, sir. You're live. What's on your mind?
I'm Dennis Salijara calling from Kingsville.
Okay.
Yeah, what's on my mind is that I want to congratulate CDC for their groundbreaking ceremony today.
Okay.
But, you know, when people discussing about crime, I want to tell this, both parties, CDC and Unity Party, from 2005 up to now, none of the parties single-handedly have gotten 45% votes first one election. And both parties have always maintained 28% votes since 2005 up to now in first round of election. So those 28% vote is always constant. And whenever they have a rally or any program, those are the people that will go there. So people should see people cry in the street and say, oh, the other party gets crowned, they will win election. But how can that be translated into election? That's what we.
Thank you.
And I also want to congratulate President Joseph Yuma Boakai. He's doing very well for this country. CDC can be a horse, forget about an apple horse. But come 2029, Boakai will still be president. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. This person. Hello.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you. What's your mind?
My name is Joe. The lady is calling from Johnsonville.
Okay.
I want to appreciate all citizens I went to the ceremonies today. Appreciate you. Thank you plenty for coming up to show this incompetent government that 2029 this is not a joke.
All right.
They can work government power to make sure that 2029 okay for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. This person. Hello.
Yes, hello, good evening to my family and good evening to my peace-loving people, the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear, my brother, Nexi, in studio in Liberia. The name remain constant, Alfonso A.S. Kamara, once again back to our Spoon Network talk show tonight. I want to directly speak to my fellow Liberians on the national radio station platform. And speaking directly to them, let us not lose sight of this single hope. Almighty God has blessed upon us to be preserved Arizona Bene Cummings. We don't need to search for leadership. Let us continue to search for a person who can transform this country, who is transformative, not voting on experiences based for the 2 years with no accountability, nothing to show. And then we should not always vote on aluminum popularity, but let's go after leaders who have a track record, who have done it, who have faced damages, make it to prosper and boom according to his word today. So we don't know how to elect leaders as for Liberians. So I speak directly to my electorates. Let all not suffer.
Thank you.
Leaders God has sent for all is no one to support to even make him president. But before we don't know how to elect, that is our last day. And I also use a national media to say bravo to all of my ANC politicians today for our hard work that in rebuilding our political headquarters. And to tell the people, here alternative, Liberia deserve better. It's now.
Thank you for your input tonight, sir. Let's hold you there and take this person. Hello, what's your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Peter calling from
Peter, please go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What on my mind is want to ask this federal government and tell us who owns this particular project in Foya.
Okay.
The government tell us. They no. They are coming to light that this government is corrupt.
Okay. Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
I'm Adjutant Jiba.
No, Adjutant Jiba, your background is very terrible. Hello?
Nothing to do with a person as well. I'm calling from here.
Yeah,
I want to comment the topic on the discussion. What on my mind how to do without the crash is equal up. The crash the polar doesn't mean that they are winning election. You know the Liberian people who watch between the lamb. The kind of development of Jesus human power is selling in this country. What else is stable you want to Western studio there? Why is you better represent
so why you want to direct me in the whole LEC thing for
you leave my going to Cantor, you know sleep on the roof. You go to Lufa, you know how to sleep on the roof. When you go to grandchildren, they know where they may come from. Corona and over in the business. These are the things that will be looking at calculating.
Thank you.
What they will want to vote for. We're not here to come for someone who brings trust on the citizen and destroy them in the country. And we all look like stupid person stupid people in the country want President Braga.
But you said, tell the man, thank you, the man crossing to the next call.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. Wow.
You tell the man, thank you, when you say let the man talk.
You know, when you call, you listen to, you know, just don't just call, you be talking. Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello? Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Joe from Enjoy Junction.
Yeah, please go ahead, Joe. What's on your mind?
I want to speak on the issue of mob violence.
Okay.
Mob violence, it is not good. I can support it, but in ways, I think justice system making mob violence to overtake Liberia. Because there are many cases, like for me, I'm a motorcycle slave. I 1 year to Jones, 1 good year to generate 1,000. Then you take that 1,000 and put it behind motorbike to run. Our brother they can be there. Sometimes again, if you won't cut your hand from you to take that back from you. At the end of the day, when we catch one of these people, like they go to position, you like someone 1 month, 2 months, you see the person passing around here. So these are some of the reasons I made this when we come across any of them, we let to kill them. Because when you take the person to police station at the end of the day,
call the man on, Nelson. Don't talk to the man. Call the man on.
Thank you.
Call the man on.
You know, more violence is not the way out. Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, hello. Please go ahead quickly.
Yeah, this is Martin calling from Johnsonville, District 2.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what I want to say is that I'm asking the president at least to send an auditing team to Ministry of Agriculture to audit that ministry. The minister have in different intent he want to run 2029, doing a lot of and secondly, why they say now we are coming to now, we coming here, we know that we are coming, but it mean that he's coming to become president. He only coming to show face, he will not become president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello? Your name and where you call from?
Good evening.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, this is David, but I'm from Bomaj.
David, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank God for my name.
Okay.
So, what on my mind is that, you know, our problem in Liberia is we don't know who to replace leader with. All we care is to bring leader that can defeat the current government that will be in power. So,
like for the CDC corrupt going today, everybody judge we are, but we judge we are CDC survive, or is the unity party and the CDC can solve the problem of this long-term situation we've been facing in Liberia. The two parties have failed us. It better we go new direction. Party politics can help us in the country anymore. That's what I have observed.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. This person, hello. Okay, so you can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello. Hello. Yeah, hello. Go ahead. This is Nelson. Let's hear you. Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live.
Yeah, we would not like to listen to the former Manasi and are calling from here the VA junction. You know, late Chicanery will not very holy government but not working for the Liberian people. People continue to say what's happening. Now you see current in Robert right now. Current now walk by itself to go there. We see the destruction of the Ohio Bridge. And that can there by itself. Through the instrumentality of this Excellency Joseph Nima Boaka. Through a vicious leadership. You get it in there working. Now you see DA for the first time. Getting 15 when they are tied to just kill. And he's doing it without nobody going in their head and to tell us, well, slow down our people. We see a moving around. We see no gas. There's no on a scale where people spending a lot of time in land to get gasoline or gas. I spent time in land 2018 and 2019 for gasoline business. They stole my phone and all right to come down there to find what they there. So people coming all around with Chicanery and one
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take this person. You want to walk away from the radio, please. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Why am I calling for my tenancy resident?
What's on your mind?
Yeah. It's sad to hear people talking that the president and the government are carrying on a lot of development. I know Liberia people can see or do mind politics. Since the president took office, you can show any tangible. Why don't want to country for the past 1 year, almost 8 months, more than 8 months now. Until suffering brings to the Liberian people, when you get on the street road, going to bear with hunger. Today, people can't afford to feed their families. For people there, because of Unity Party, maybe they get some job. They're talking to the president working. The president not doing nothing. Maybe that apple in the nail on the good seat.
Okay. Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you. This thing getting hot, Nelson. It's getting really hot. Yeah. One side say the president working, another side say the president working. Can you download what I sent you and upload it on for us, please? That's today's side of Nelson. I thought that download show should be on. I thought that your show should be on. What happened?
No, we reduce our height on that.
You reduce your height. You will be an intellectual dwarf. That's why, or how you call him? Marcos number 2. That's what it said. But you reduce your height. Who's that? Is that Daniel Sando, right? He's the Daniel Sando that Maya Pascal number 2, right? And Jeremy Pierre number 1, right? I'm just saying. I mean, Kyle, what are you doing in your house, Kyle? What's going on? Who are you in the house where I saw somebody walking behind you?
Oh, actually not. I'm in the guest room, actually. Normally I like to sit in the living room, but then I have people going back and forth.
When the guest room is what? You put all the yama on the house to part, you know. When the guest room is what? That special room everybody's supposed to go in. That is special room that when you get guests, you take one that I get. Just stop there to my man. Left that one left. Let everybody be free. Their horse at your horse. Guess what? Hey, come on, man.
Actually, I've colonized the room already. So I can be every day there to just it doubles like my man cave in a way. So it's here But then also, you know, sometimes you have family visiting, and then there's a spare room where you can host them. So that's where I'm at.
I agree with you. No family, no friend can visit me and sleep in spare room. You go in the hotel and sleep. You can sleep in spare room. That's what I'm saying. No family come to visit, no friend come visit, no. My children, my wife, myself. If you can't visit, you go in the hotel.
You're too American. I mean, you've been properly Westernized.
No, it's not that. Cairo, it's not. Cairo,
no, it is. I mean, like, you have American spirit.
Cairo, leave that one. That one you bring trouble in your house.
That nuclear family. You guys don't do extended family.
Cairo, that when you bring trouble in your house. Extended family will come and go in hotel. I mean, Cairo, they will come and go. So, look, Cairo, your house, that's your house. Your children, your wife, they will come visit, but they will leave. They will find somewhere to sleep.
You see, you're American, man. That's a different me, I'm Liberian, man.
Continue opening your door. Yeah, I beg you. Continue opening your door. We'll pay your way you go. If you have plenty of sleep, we'll pay your way you go back. You'll come back the next day. But you're not sleep.
Real American attitude. But how was the celebration yesterday?
Oh yeah, my daughter did well, and you know, I think they went out today. What time is it? Yeah, I believe that they went out today. You know, it's extended. She had a wonderful time. The family king, just how we saying, the king we ate, and you know, the children play. I left them downstairs. I came upstairs. I couldn't babysit anymore, and you know, I was on the phone also. But we have fun, and before 12 a.m., maybe 11:30, they were all gone. They know they were. No, they know. They not got no cry and sleep, man. Okay, look, that's a fact, Andrew. Your house, God bless you. That's your home. Your wealth, your children, that's it. God bless
proper
you.
American theory.
But that's how it should be. You can't go and bring your nephew James Colette, your brother-in-law, your whole house will turn to Newtown. Your whole house will turn to Sagon. Then you hear the noise. Then there will be no understanding. Then when you cook, you gotta cook for 50 people. You put a bowl
down. Sometimes Jamaica be in Sagon. Sagon.
Have you realized if you cook the rice in the pot for 2 days, you got something, you know, you definitely got to cook small rice. It will stay in the pot. Nobody touch it. You cook the green, the children eat it. You got to eat it. So you got to cook everything small that will last even for 1 or 2 days maximum. But we'll bring the whole. Well, we're not getting in trouble. Every day we'll be cooking. Who's supposed to cook every day? Every day people are supposed to cook. Every day you're not supposed to go in the market and cook. No way. Kyle,
you have been properly Americanized.
I know American. Why will you cook every day? What kind of food you going to buy? Listen. You cook every day.
The food gotta be fresh. You want to see the palm butter fresh from the first day.
The 2 days maximum. But you cooking? No, it's not about fried. No. You cooking, then you go out, so you come back, all the food gone. Then you got to cook another person. You got to cook another. Who eats the food? Okay. I beg you. Let me say something to you. Family, God bless. Thank God. It's good to have family. But when you have family, the family must know their limitation. Family can cause problem. Family must come and say hello, goodbye. Yeah.
Hello and goodbye.
Yeah, you can hello, you roast me, you eat everything. Okay, I see you. Yeah, okay, I'll come and say hello and goodbye.
Merci,
Aye.
You must go tell your mom, say, when your family come, you must say hello and say goodbye.
But at the meeting, you go and lie in law and kind of mean trouble right there. Your in-law and your family is an in-law to your wife family are in-law to you. So that double trouble. Let the people stay out, your speak to each other, your laugh, your go
the wife family will stay out too?
Huh?
The wife family will stay out too?
They can't say hello and goodbye. They're not coming to stay. No. No.
Okay, no, try. Let's see.
You ain't trying like
You said I'm gonna try it.
I tell you, you just said it.
But that's how people get in trouble. That's how problems start. Seriously. Do you listen? There's a boundary here, right? No crossing the boundary. You do what you can do for the family. You gotta have a good relationship. The family will grow better. But when the family can't visit, they will go back home. They might not stay. Sometimes you want to walk freely in your house. You want to be happy with your children. You go bring somebody children in your house. You're not in sport. They say, "Oh, the man beating my daughter. The man not let my daughter." That person will come and say hello and goodbye. No trouble. No trouble.
Hello and goodbye.
They come for school fee, get in school fee, let them go. They come for problem. If you can solve the problem, solve it, let them go. Don't bring them in the house for them to stay. No, and they come for 1 day, they will do it for 2 days, they will do it for 3 days. You go look, they start sleeping in a garage. Not together all the problem. Kyle, I mean, anyway, you don't let straight talk. You don't let straight talk.
Merci, Lenny.
They got this.
Kevin, you following the advice?
They got said that thing is not working like bro, see you. It's not working like bro. That's how we get in trouble. That's why when you go to work or when the woman go to work, then your man start gossiping about the woman, then the woman man start gossiping about you. Then when they cook, then you come by, you know, the food and sweet, you can't tell your way, you scared the man right there. They in-law right there, then they start creating problem. The people must come and say hello and goodbye. Don't keep them. They must not spend. Listen, 11:30 p.m. is enough. They must go home before 11:30. They must not stay. Yeah, they must go home before 11:30. Get that transportation.
Yeah, I hope you're taking notes for your boss now. You gotta learn.
Practice our lesson.
No, but how people get in trouble? That's how people get in trouble. That's how people get in trouble. People want to please everybody. Then you end up leaving your wife. You end up leaving your husband. You end up creating problem because you want to please the pa, the man, the brother, the sister, the grandma, the grandpa. No. You are obligated to the woman, maybe her father and her mother. You're not obligated to her sister. You're not obligated to
maybe her father and her mother. Maybe.
Maybe. The father and mother got to come when you get newborn baby. They will come and take that baby 1 or 2 times. After that, they go back home. That's the only time they come to stay. The man will come and pepper that baby, bathe that baby, and go back home. Man knows that? No, they can't stay. They can't stay. We got to change things. We got to change
Jeff,
things.
You agree? but Jeff is a urban and very civilized guy. You agree?
I mean, Jerry agrees that Jay can stay right now here like bro. I can say it because I'm here, I can say it. Jeff said I think right now they were near here. You can say it. What about this, guys? We want to welcome all of you. The problem, we got Brahma, JV Brahma on today. That's great as well. Listen. It's gonna be a wonderful
my
show.
dear brother, Brahma, JV Brahma.
What's up, my man? We're gonna be having a wonderful show today. The Sacramorans are coming on. Yeah. They're gonna be a wonderful show today.
We here, man.
Wherever you find yourself, you gotta start sharing the show. You're gonna be powerful. We will be speaking to Evan Neville Snow, to Nathaniel Follow McGill. We'll be making phone calls to the great men that make this day great for CDC today. And surprisingly, who know who is going to call in, right? We're going to be speaking to Yaka Koluba, and everybody that attended that program will reach out to them. We're going to be bringing this lady to call Josephine Marie. She was there today. She just said, yeah, wow.
No, all right. Yeah.
They went to the program. They celebrated with CDC. People are contributing bigly.
Now, I don't know why Johnny go to any program where he's standing there. Say, I don't even understand. I gotta do that.
My man, okay, but keep your hustle. Let me give the intro to this thing, my man.
Yeah.
Because they will descend upon you. like manna descending from heaven. They will descend upon you.
Nah, I don't know these guys. He's a little bit.
I want to say to all of you today, for the first, is this your first time, Brahma?
Yeah, this is my first time being on the show.
Wow. Wow.
Wait,
wow.
Tonight is my debut appearance here, and I feel belong. I feel very happy to be part of the program tonight.
And I hope
you must stay in your voice are changing. You must speak like English.
You sounded like a Saludan. Are you?
I mean, I've been sounding for a long time, my man. You can't expect me to sound like me.
I mean, how can we have two Saludan on the show? Why are we having two Saludan on the show today?
Tell us, Baba, your name. Why you coming be on the people show?
I just tell Baba you know my camera, but why you I want to say to all of you, it's going to be a wonderful show today.
No, but stand up. We gotta be fair to ourselves here. Everybody in Liberia came from somewhere. Baba came from somewhere to settle in Liberia.
I heard that. You saw
everybody came from somewhere.
I heard that. The Canadians are boring crowd. I heard that.
They men are speak good Liberian English here. CEO. He can't be speaking. He just went for who they want to hear. He ran away. He told all kind of story. He come out speaking.
We want to welcome all of you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a great show. We got videos. We got picture. We're going to talk about two things we're talking about today. Just two things. One, the CDC groundbreaking ceremony. Two, the Foreign Minister, Ambassador Sarah Bachelet-Yanti met Marco Rubio. We'll talk about that. Those are the two conversations for tonight, and we are here. Two important conversations. Sarah Bachelet-Yanti met Marco Rubio, and what she presented to him. What was his take? Then we'll talk about the CDC groundbreaking ceremony today. That was a wonderful day. But I got a surprise for you right now, guys. I'm not even going to wait. I saw somebody at the program, and I was thinking to myself, I said, why? I saw the lady by the name of Josephine Marie. She called my Opa name because, she been knowing me for too long. She know the family. But when I asked her, she said, I'm in solidarity. I'm here to support this movement because this is for real. And I want to come on spoon to give my reason. But I think she got a special relationship to President Joseph Yeman Boakai. So I was shocked. Did you put the video up, Nelson?
It's not uploading. It's saying it's long. I want to share this.
I'll call it, Nelson. Yeah, share. Let's play. You just got to call it maybe. So again, I'm saying to all of you, but who is this lady? And I see some UPS contributing. I know those that contributed. 3 ministers. I know them. They contributed to the groundbreaking ceremony. I will call the name today, and they can go tell Unity Party people whether that's true or that lie. If they say that lie, the sheet that they name on, I will bring it up. I mean, if you want to contribute to CDC program, Boma Chief Boma, and you're in the government, up to me, do it. I don't think you need to be afraid. The only thing, Joseph Boakai will remove you because now you are enemy of the progress in Unity Party. You cannot have it both ways. I know this one special minister. Actually, he was a sedition. He fled because of blood relationship. He have contributed $10,000 to CDC, but he's a minister proper in this government. I say he. That's what he. He contributed 10,000 and willing to contribute more. Now the sedition person will tell you what you don't put it outside for what? If you don't want me to say it, don't tell me. Or if you tell me, then say FYI for your own information. I will respect that. But right now, I will only call the name because I hate when they hide themselves and throw stone. I like Kanyo Barbara. He said, with or without a job, I support Joseph Yeman Boakai. I like that. But he said, quite centric. He said, I'm not in it for a job. Everybody beat you on Kanyo. But then when you get people in the government, ministers, and deputy ministers, directors supporting this cause, and they're having it. So we'll be having a great show today. We will. We will be having a wonderful show today. Continue to share the show right now. Share the show. I'm going to be before Nelson upload that video, share that video.
I have the video ready.
Yeah, bring the video up. Bring the video up, please.
Of the groundbreaking of CDC. This is Shakoli Rabon, aka Mass Say It All, the General Toto, Marie Nilon. Hey, Atasa. Sangalewa.
Forward, Nelson. Forward.
Oh. Yama people, it's breaking their heart. I say, it's breaking their heart.
All right, I want to say to all of you, you're going to be a wonderful show today. Thank you very much. As we get ready to get started, I want to say again, call somebody. We got Jacqueline Marie in the house. Again, they call Josephine, they call Jacqueline. However way you call her, we have her in the house. We'll be speaking to her for a few minutes. We have Boima JV Boima here. For the very first time, we're going to squeeze him. We're going to take the juice of Sarah Long, all of him, and we're going to know his position tonight. We also have the man, the century himself, Councilor Kano. We have Councilor Kano Barbara on the show. We have Kefiko Hassan, the man that was thrown right mid only to his base. We have Jefferson Jesse. I don't know what Jefferson is doing here tonight. And we have Isaac, the former deputy minister. He was in Labrador most recently, but he ran away. He ran away because he said he owed somebody. So maybe, I don't know, I say I paid the person $1,950. But as I was saying on tonight, it's all good. It's all part of the fun. Guys, welcome to the show. Let's have fun. Let's discuss the issue today. Uncle Sam Jackson will be joining us, I believe. Emmanuel George will be coming. Our brother Winfred Russell is hanging out with Musa Hassan Bility in Minnesota. And again, we're going to get at Remy Gray. You have, how you call him, Mame, and that Jaron Gibson. The entire team. But it will be Asaka. Guys, let's play on the video. And then we're bringing Sis Marie for a little bit. I just want us to play some of this video. A lot of stuff happening out there. Is this the one? Yeah, this video. People in the coconut tree dancing. People in the coconut tree. They're in the tree, they're on the tree. Wherever you put it, they're dancing. This is kind of strange. Kyle, have you seen anybody hanging from the coconut tree? 5, 6 of them. But Kyle, you explain that to them, you talk plenty to them, my man. Kyle, what's going on? What are you saying?
Well, there are two ways I can answer that question, CEO. I can answer based on the literal definition of what I saw. Somebody in a coconut tree dancing. But I can also go on the figurative aspect, for somebody to say, what does it mean because there is a launching and somebody is in the coconut tree dancing? So there are two ways to look at it. But I will start firstly by congratulating. I don't know if we're starting now, but since I'm given the opportunity to start to speak, I can see Jeff holding his mouth, Kev holding his breath, and others are like, what is he about to say again? So if I have the opportunity, let me just go right into it. I like to start by congratulating the CDC, our CDC, on what I call a successful groundbreaking for a new party headquarters. I think other parties should follow suit, because if we are building a vibrant democracy, having your own headquarters, for me, it signals a level of permanence or consistency that you are here to stay. So it's a good thing to break ground, you know, for the party headquarters. But as the ground is being broken, I don't want to be honest. You know, see,
I think Josephine is ready. Karen, let me interrupt you. We got to talk to her real quick, then from there we get into the juice of this program. Again, to all
no problem. I'll continue from there.
Yes, we'll get there. But let me bring in Josephine. Josephine, how you doing? Mama Marie, how are you? Can you unmute yourself? All right, I don't think whenever she get ready again, she will let me know. Guys, let's get into this thing. Your observation today. Let's start with your observation today. What is inspiring? What were the negatives? And then we'll get into it all. Talk to me, Kanyo. You can continue, sir.
So as I was saying, I congratulate my party, the CDC, on a successful launching. Like I've said, I think every other serious party should follow suit, because having a headquarters signifies your own headquarters. It signifies that you are here to stay, and that is a good thing. But I think in the midst of having this groundbreaking, it's important for there to be truth-telling. You know, the narrative around the headquarters has been that the previous headquarters were broken down by President Boakai, and there have been subterfuge to deprive the CDC of a headquarters and all of that. So while there is a groundbreaking, people should also tell the truth. That the reason why CDC is homeless today is because of a deficit of leadership. And I think it's important for ordinary partisans to hear this hard truth, that CDC does not have a headquarters, not because anybody, you know, will have machinations to force the CDC out of the previous headquarters. Share a responsibility, not documenting a lease, bad legal advice, not paying your rent. And I say this as a sedition. These are the things that brought the party to where it is today, to be breaking ground. So yes, it's good to have a party headquarters, but let the truth be told about why CDC became homeless, because there was a deficit of leadership. Ordinary partisans need to begin to appreciate that it wasn't animosity or opposition or political subterfuge that made the CDC homeless. It was because people who were charged with a responsibility to ensure that the CDC had a home, they dropped the ball. They were negligent. They were irresponsible. That's why this has happened. But beyond that, I think it's good that our party is breaking ground to have a new headquarters. If I still have the floor.
Thank you. Finish up. Okay. Finish up. If you still have the floor, then what?
If I still have the floor, there are a few things to be said. I'm sure when we go along, we will have, you know, the conversation. But let me jump in quickly on the second part, because there's still a lot to cover. The second thing that I'm sure, you know, my brother Jeff and others who are here, Kev, probably Isaac will point to, is that the CDC now isn't a dead party. It is alive and is well, and the United Party and other parties should be afraid. For me, that is dead news. That isn't even news, because when it comes to putting a crowd together, the CDC has never been deficit in that regard. In fact, the gathering we saw today does not come close to previous gatherings that we have participated in that the CDC has brought. So this whole idea of the CDC is outside, for me, as somebody, as a citizen who have witnessed multiple gatherings, for me, that is moot. It's moot. That space, compared to the previous party headquarters, compared to previous convergences of the CDC that even Boyma, JV Boyma was a part of. He knows very well. It doesn't even come close. So there is no new messaging here. And that is something to be very careful about. That there is no new messaging. And we can go into this more as we move along.
Thank you very much, guys. Again, just remember, we'll be speaking on 2 minutes. We hope you can use your time wisely. I want to welcome each and every one of you. Go on Facebook, go on YouTube, go on Instagram, share the show, go on WhatsApp, share in the chat room. This is big conversation tonight. The groundbreaking ceremony that was done today by President George Manneh, we had a former, and that of seditions, and that of Cyril Besuloyanti engagement with Marco Rubio. We'll be discussing these 2 things today. Only those 2 things. Beautiful Saturday. Sit back, relax, and let's have fun. You are listening to Kev. I'm going to bring you in off the bat. Boyma, JV Boyma. What's your take? You listen to Kanyo Babala. The men get the plus, the manners, and all the equal sound. What say you? Your observation from the program today. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Can you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
First of all, I would like to say I am very much pleased to be here tonight, and to also extend my appreciation to Spoon Communications Network and the family, and to all of my colleagues here. You've given me the opportunity to see my brothers, more especially my very committed 2 brothers, Doe and also Jefferson Chelsea. First, today wasn't just a groundbreaking ceremony. Today was a day that seditionists sent a very resounding message. They sent a message to the world that George Weah is coming back, and that the people of Liberia are not only bringing George Weah back, but that they are doing so in a way that will outweigh all of the previous success stories of Weah. The issue of the headquarters, it is an open secret. Everybody knows that United Party as a political institution and as a government was behind the eviction of the CDC from their previous ground. Everybody knows. It's an open secret. Even the president did say when he came to power, he did share his thought with some of his ministers that he will ensure that the CDC will become a story of the past. And they are bent on doing that. We experienced that when the party was about to do the groundbreaking ceremony. All sort of propaganda stories came up. Somebody said, in fact, the land was not for CDC, or the land was for the party, or not for the party. So, what happened today in Monrovia wasn't just a groundbreaking ceremony. The people we are sending a resounding message to Joseph Numa Boakai that in less than 3 years of your governance, we've experienced the worst Liberia. The people that you met in poverty, their lives continue to be degraded. The people that you promised to alleviate from poverty, you have done nothing of such. Today was a message to the world that the United Party that came on the promise that they were going to eradicate corruption, that in fact they continue to indulge in corrupt related activities than any government that have ever led Liberia. So that is the kind of message that the people came to tell the United Party, that we are going to bring Weah back, and we are ready to ensure that George Weah win the 2029 election. So this is just like opening a doorway to start that process.
Well, you put a lot of stuff, Boyma, JV Boyma, you did. You put a lot of stuff. You said the president had a proclamation to eradicate CDC. First action is to remove them from the party headquarters. I mean, I want to give you the chance to explain on that, because I've never heard this before. Is the president have a discussion with someone and saying, my first, hold on 1 minute, brother, hold on 1 minute. My first mention is to eradicate the entire CDC. We start with breaking down the party headquarters. Listen, I know we can talk about you. I know we can talk about you, your love for Liberia and what you have contributed. We're not going to do it on the show. This is Spoon Talk. We joke, we laugh. But for you to go to the president on this great date of CDC, massive achievement, and say it was a plan of Joseph Numa Boakai to break down the CDC party headquarters? I'm shaking.
Okay,
Where you get your information
let me
from?
break it down for you. First of all, let's look at the legal process that led to the eviction of the CDC from where they were. You could see that everybody who know the legality around it could attest to the fact that there were a lot of flaws in that legal process. Things that, for instance, that they were supposed to do legally, they bypassed all of those legal requirements, all with the aim of making sure that the CDC leave that particular premise. Where have you seen in this world that a private or let me say, a civil matter between two people, two parties, government intervening, carrying police people to the place, beating people, arresting people, as if the CDC was illegally occupying the place, and the Joseph Numa Boakai government, President Boakai did say to his ministers, I'm telling you this from a very reliable standpoint. He did commit himself that he will ensure that the CDC will become a story before he leaves power. And that's just the execution process that they started by making sure that they leave the headquarters. Other activities were going to come up. But CDC being a very resilient party, CDC being a very committed party, the seditians, they said, no, we will not sit by and allow our political institution to fall. We are going to stand up and ensure that George Weah can return to the presidency. Look, let's be frank here. The Unity Party came to power on, they won on a very slim margin, 1%. 1%. So what some of us were expecting Joseph Numa Boakai to do was, first of all, to initiate a government that will be inclusive. Inclusiveness doesn't mean that you should go and bring people from Unity, from CDC, and incorporate them into your government. But there were a lot of people, for instance, that George Weah met, that President Weah met from the previous government of Eli Johnson Sirleaf. President Weah didn't orchestrate any scheme to remove those people from office. 10 new offices, 10 new positions were respected. When Joseph Numa Boakai came, he decided to undo everything that George Weah did, be it legal or illegal. So that there are a lot of sacrifices.
Let's hold you there. 2 minutes. I know this way. I'm not this will be firing. Let's hold you there, and I respect you for your view. This is just the beginning of this program, guys. Welcome to another powerful edition of Spoon Network. Wherever you are by your popcorn, we'll be speaking to Edwin Snow and the rest of the guys tonight, asking them for their view as they enjoy themselves from this program. I welcome Jerry Gibson to the show. Emmanuel, I love to talk to these people that knew they are not too entwined with the CDC like the acid do, Kev Hassan, Jefferson, Chelsea. So let me come to you, Emmanuel. Well, I mean, what say you? You watched the program, you saw it today. What's happening? What's running through your mind? But listen to Boyman, JV Boyman, and our counselor, Kanyo Bala. What's your take?
Yes, good evening, Stanton. Good evening, Kanyo, Kev, Isaac, Boyman, Jeff, and Gibson. I'm not surprised about the turn up, about the activities today. President Weah continues to be one of the most popular Liberians. His name alone will attract a lot of people to any occasion. So it's not surprising. We just congratulate our brothers in the Congress of Democratic Change for the groundbreaking ceremony, for taking this bold step to develop a party headquarters. But to come to my brother Boyma, I know it's good to peddle the 1%, but it's also good for you to also remember that in the second round you lost over 200,000 votes. So that's a great statement that you have to be thinking about. Yes, the election was won by 1%. I agree with you, but you lost in the second round 200,000 votes. And that should be something that I think you should consider and think about. Instead of celebrating the 1%, you should be thinking about what happened. Why did you get 804,000 in the first round and 600 and something thousand in the second round? What actually happened in between? it's something for consideration. But again, congratulations to my brothers in the CDC. It was a great program today. It was a great turnout. Hopefully we see a modern headquarters coming. And congratulations to the Liberia National Police also for being proactive. As of Thursday to Friday, they started to give announcement as to the change in the traffic routes in Monrovia. So in as much as we appreciate the CDC for what it did today, we must also appreciate the Liberia National Police for making sure that that program was flawless today. So congratulations to CDC. The pictures of President George Weah may be something we'll discuss later. Maybe my brother Isaac and Karas will tell us about that. But again, congratulations, gentlemen. You guys did a wonderful job today.
Thank you very much. Again, Kev, let's hear you. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. Let's discuss on this issue. A lot of stuff coming. Pictures, views, and very important issues coming to start calling those folks that we asked them to join us today. Some of them have agreed that they will be speaking by way of phone and telling us about what happened today. Kefiko.
Let me say hi to everybody. Before I go in, let me just say this. Emmanuel, we lost by 20-something thousand votes. The election. I don't know where your fuzzy math came from, but go and check the neck. Maybe we'll send that to you so you can check. That's what we lost. So I don't know where your 200,000 where it come from. Let me say this. If I will buttress what JV Wema said, if anybody watched the demolition of the headquarters, our good old Spoon, a credible network, and one of our finest, Diamond, he was on the ground, and let me say this: people can go and watch the video. He said the yellow machine, the face of the yellow machine, went straight in the face of President Weah and bulldozed it. They pictured a banner, you know, that famous banner. They took the yellow machine, went straight to the face, and Diamond was like, they hitting the former president face with the yellow machine, the picture. If anybody come and say it was not intentional, maybe they should think twice. Then they also went to the sycamore tree. All the trees are there. They decide to break it down. They decide to bring it down. You know, during the election, with this headquarters topic came out, my good friend Kanyo, he spoke well. He explained it well. He said we didn't pay, we didn't do this. He defended that headquarters. Kanyo Barbara defended that headquarters. Why are you changing your tone? I guess, you know, the job business sometimes is so difficult. Everybody wants it. So he switched and saying something else today. But kind of the tips are there. You defended our headquarters. So when Jeff said yesterday, maybe the messaging and, you know, get us to feel, now the people watching you saying something else today, but you defended that headquarters. If anybody think that removing CDC from that headquarters, right, it was now politically motivated, then I guess San Francisco Bridge should sell you. But you know what? Let me say this. 30 seconds. Let me say this. I want you guys to continue to go after the CDC. Break all the CDC homes. Break everybody home. I say home there. Break it.
Thank you very much. We got to go. We're going to be placing a call to Edwin Melvin Snow. Thank you very much, Kev Hassan. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we get Kev Hassan of Sedisha, Asido of Sedisha, Joseph Chesson of Sedisha, Jerome Gibson of Sedisha, Akaris Gray of Sedisha, Buema JV Buema of Sedisha, We have 6 sedition on the show. 6. And Kanyo Bagbada of sedition, 7.
No, point of correction.
We have
Kanyo na semi-sedition. Kanyo is
yes, yeah. Simba that is saying.
Semi-sedition.
Yeah, so Simba is taking CDC.
I'm not journalist anymore.
And last in our CDC. So we're gonna rotate as the other guys come on. We got less on the sedition go because as it will be but we're gonna rotate. Thank God that Remy Gray have joined, Emmanuel George, myself. I'm not too sure I can trust Kanu Barbara because he's still sedition. So we have 3 non-sedition on the show with 7 sedition. Okay, so the equation is not balanced. So we got to be fair with our conversation here. But Asido, it's good to have you back, my brother. Let's hear you. Let's hear you, Mr. Doe, as always. What's your take today? And then we'll place a call to Edwin Melvin Snow, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, Yeke Koruba, and those great men and women to the other side. Isaac?
Well, Stanton, the CDC went to break ground today, not to break heart. It does seem, though, that instead of breaking ground, Unity Party hearts were broken. But I want to reiterate. Our focus for the day was to break ground, not to break heart. We apologize for all the hearts that were broken. That wasn't our plan. But brother, I came on the show to focus on one thing. To send out a thank you to all those that pressured Mr. Dempster to remove CDC from the party headquarters. We also cannot stop without telling President Bakai, thank you for sending Yellow Machine to break down the party headquarters. You know, one of the good things I did for the president, I got a list of all sedition houses. I'm glad to give it to him for he to send more Yellow Machine to break them down. Today, wasn't just a groundbreaking. It was a resounding commitment to the ideals and philosophy of the CDC by seditions. You saw it. Someone told me old age comes with wisdom. If that is truth, President Bakai needs to look in the mirror and tell himself that his plan to erase the CDC will never be successful. I know someone came and said something very different. But if today does not tell you that the CDC will never die, your eyes are blind. My brother, no party, including the Unity Party, can do what the CDC has done. Very thankfully, though, we are hearing that the Unity Party is looking to build their own party headquarters too. And that's why we've always said, George, we are leads, they follow. How much more can we as a people not be energized and prepare for the second coming of George Weah? We know one thing. I made a quick trip to Liberia, very quick. And I can say, without hurting my head, that President Bakai will not win the next election. That George Weah will be the next president 2030 January. The today's groundbreaking set in motion. What do we see? Well, I want to be end because we have more to say here. Today we went to break ground. We did not go to break heart. We are sorry to Unity Party for the hearts that were broken. Don't blame us. Blame the Yellow Machine. Thank you.
Thank you. Answer why you left prior to the groundbreaking? Why you left Liberia? You were in Liberia, you knew that. Why you left?
No, you know, I really would have loved to be there, but you and I've been talking. You know, I actually
no. You know, my son told nothing. I see. Went to nothing.
You know,
why
I went
left though? Why
no.
wasn't it important? You serve as one of the committee members, right? Can you? Your number is number 21. Your name is number 21 on that list. You went to Liberia just 2 days to the groundbreaking. You left. Don't you think it was a very
I went there like 9 days to the groundbreaking. I actually went for 3 days.
No, 2 days to the groundbreaking. You came back to America. That's what I said.
No. I didn't come from.
You just got to America last night.
Oh my God, I left there 4 days. Now you get me?
No, stop. You got back last night. And I'm just asking the question because
I left there 4 days to the groundbreaking. I mean,
it doesn't matter, but why you left though? Why you couldn't stay to
work? I'm telling you, I went there for 3 days. I went there for only 3 days for something very important. Even the president himself knows, so don't be asking me. I went there for 3 days, and that was it. 3 days.
What do you think? What do you think, Kanye? I say of all individual went to Liberia for this groundbreaking. He's part of the committee. Wait. I say you say no. But what do you think, Kanye? What do you think? What's going on here?
I think, at risk of sounding like somebody who wants to decry or to pull down the CDC success, Isaac and I know that most likely he was quite disappointed because he's seen many groundbreaking ceremonies like this before. He's seen all of these gatherings before. And, that's why when Isaac and others speak publicly like this, it pains me to the core. It really pains me. Because the honest conversations that Isaac and I had before, when he comes here and exhibits a kind of unfounded exuberance, when he knows what the real issues are, it pains me. And that's why he probably didn't go there. Because at the end of the day, the fundamental issues plaguing the CDC is not about gathering 1,000 persons in a full corner. That will never be a problem of the CDC. At any point in time, ordinary partisans who love this party will gather. The real problem is, what are they gathering for? And what are the changes that will follow as a consequence of their gathering? That's the real issue. And I think that's why Isaac didn't go there. Because Isaac is probably disappointed where he is. Around many things that he and I know about, but because me I'm a society man, like I always say, we don't talk all, we talk some. But that's why Isaac will come here to make the flowery statement because he tries to do so.
But I said I interrupt the man and let him finish.
Let him finish. But can you?
No, I'm not finished. Why are you interrupting me?
No, man,
may I finish?
Unlike you as a lawyer,
may I finish?
I cannot be something and not do that.
Wait now, you no,
let me just respond to it.
No, but I was speaking Isaac and you interrupted me.
Unlike you that went to law school teaching law but can never go in court, if I'm doing anything, I can go by it. That's the difference between us. You are a lawyer that never.
No, I don't think so, Isaac. I think the difference between all is that you are a hypocrite because you.
Kyle, just wait 1 minute and let him finish, please. Let him finish. I say finish.
So can you don't know Stanton more than anybody. Stanton and me were in constant contact. He know what I went for Liberia. I went to Liberia.
No, don't put me in Tabata. No.
Everyone knows, Stanton know, everybody knows.
No, don't put me in Tabata. You went there for the groundbreaking ceremony. That what I know.
As soon as I touched ground, I went in certain part of Liberia. When I came from there, I was out to the airport.
I can tell the people what you told me. If you want me to tell them.
All right, yeah, that's true. Or can you don't father Stanton? What we should do, let's focus on the CDC groundbreaking.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can let it go. I said though exactly what he went to Liberia for. He went for the groundbreaking ceremony, something I thought was good, but later on he said he had to come back because of other reasons. I'm not going to get into Isaac's story yet.
The CDC groundbreaking can never be replaced.
It's great. It's good to see you. Retired Colonel Ed Remy Gray, it's good to see you. Gibson Jerry, it's good to see you. At least it's kind of like balanced right now, having Emmanuel George, Kanyo, Gray, and I on one side, where you get Boima JV, Boima, Karis Gray, Gibson Jerry, and Ase on another side. We can have a unique show, right? So Jefferson Chelsea and Kev Hassan, we will rotate them accordingly, but this is the picture that we want. This is a political picture. The Honorable Karis Gray, we saw you. You were given the mic to speak. Let's hear you. Your own takeaway from the program today, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me say good evening to all. All right, the plans by the charlatans and the motorbunks to erase the CDC has backfired. Let me repeat. The plans by the charlatans and the motorbunks to erase the mighty Congress of Democratic Change, vis-a-vis the Coalition for Democratic Change, has backfired. That's why when the president said, the CDC lives in our hearts and minds, it speaks a lot. When I appeared on that podium and was given the distinguished microphone, the only thing I said, thank you. It means a lot. Never in the history of this country where political supporters, partisans and supporters, well-wishers have gathered to pay their own money, the masses, to ensure that they construct a national headquarters. Never, with emphasis ever, where the masses will stand online and pay to bank accounts. That is unprecedented. So the message to the multi-banks and the charlatans who come to authority very inexperienced and claiming to have experience, or pretending to have great deal of knowledge that they don't have. This message is a message of the renaissance of the CDC. That's how I see it. The rebirth of a movement that is gearing towards 2029. If this is not sufficient enough to shake the foundation of the ruling establishment or the regime, then I don't know when is better. Because what we saw today was just a call to duty. And CDC is the only party that has that authority for a call to duty. Did we succeed today in terms of sending a resounding message across sub-Saharan Africa? Yes, we did that. Were the speakers very robust in saying that we are coming, relentless, through an elaborate collaboration with the hope that the opposition can produce a single slate in 2029 so that the Unity Party can be defeated with 80% of the vote state counting? We did that successfully today. And let me salute revolutionary seditions and seditionists and well-wisher supporters, reactions, and the rest of those who turn out in our numbers. Even my brother Kanye, who is on the show today, let me appreciate you, because this has sent a message to your mind. And thanks for the call today, Kanye. Appreciating the CDC for what the CDC did today. I really appreciate that call, Kanye. Thank you for the call, and thank you for the conversation. Thank you as we progress, gentlemen.
There you go. We will open this phone line, folks. I want to hear from every Liberian home and abroad. What's your take on the CDC groundbreaking today? That's it. C'est fini. What do you think? Do you think that what CDC did today, is that a comeback message? I heard that the earth was shaking. I heard the opossum running. The earth is shaking. The earth is shaking. The earth is shaking. Here comes seditions from all walks of life. What's your take? Do you think we can sit today and say, yes, something happened? And is this a comeback? My fellow Liberians, I want you to sit back as we celebrate this day and have some serious conversation.
That's the arrival of the sycamore tree. That's the sycamore tree there. That's the arrival. That's the arrival of the sycamore tree.
Are saying,
take a look at the sycamore tree. I told you about the sycamore tree. It just arrived. Yeah, seditions are chasing the sycamore tree.
Well, Sycamore tree. Seditions are chasing the Sycamore tree. Brother Gibson, what's going on?
I heard people say that CDC did not bring new message today. Well, politically, they're not supposed to bring new message. CDC, we're going to harmonize people pay. Then they say, no, we're not harmonizing pay again. No. The harmonization was done. It's a policy decision that was taken, and the Unity Party is implementing it very well. The CDC cannot bring new message on that. CDC has been building roads, rehabilitation centers, recreation centers. I mean, they can't say, no, we're not going to build them again. In politics, you don't bring new message. You bring new attitudes. And that's a new attitude we saw today. I saw Claire Weir. For the first time, I saw this woman really laughing. Like, I can see pleasant attitude in her. And I waited to see like almost like, you know, the 10 minutes she was laughing and smiling and looking at George Weah and looking back at the MC and dancing to the music. I saw, thank you for bringing the sycamore tree. That message of the sycamore tree, many people will not grab it. The sycamore tree was a God planted in the right time, for the right moment, for the right people. The Unity Party said, we are going to destroy this sycamore tree, even though it was not CDC that planted it. And Angel Michael said, touch not my anointed tree. And that sycamore tree has been transplanted to the new site. What that brings is a new awakening of wisdom. The sycamore tree itself is just symbolic presence of the wisdom of seditions. That's why it says, going on there and discussing issues and bringing new reality to people, talking about issues that affect people. No, I don't expect CDC to bring new message, but I know that CDC is going to bring new action, new attitude. I know the seditions, when they come back to power, we will not see the lights that we saw in the past government. I am glad that this thing happened. And I was not even sure. In fact, I didn't want too many people to go to the groundbreaking. But it shut my imagination because groundbreaking is just a groundbreaking. The president and a few people go there to break ground and build a place. CDC showed this today as a show of power and might and innovation and commitment and love for their party. This is the only grassroots party. And this message I'm telling everybody now as a political evangelist. Touch not my anointed.
I don't think you are political evangelist. I think you are blasphemer. I think you are a blasphemer. You said in your Michael to CDC said touch not my anointed.
Man, you said that man call you say you're blasphemer. You blasphemy.
He said touch not my anointed tree.
Touch not my anointed tree.
I'm touching not my anointed. It ain't up for the tree. It's the tree. The Bible was really empowering.
Listen, that crazy guy. Touch not my anointed.
You know, Stanton, I hope the CDC, I don't know whether it's the coalition or the party Congress for Democratic Change, because I don't know the status of the coalition. I want to say I've been Shakla a long time, and those people have gone elsewhere to do their business, but meaning the coalition. But I hope they will not descend on Gibson, because they will say anything, but they don't want to touch on their record. Because Gibson here, when he used to go to the Ivory Coast, to his hometown in Granji, they used to fly through Taboo. And I'm waiting for him to give President Buckeye the thanks that he once promised that if President Buckeye fixes the road from Ganta straight to Zredru, he said he will get his political support. I'm waiting for that promise. That's a promise you can take back, because your own senator said it took him 9 hours or even less. He drove through Liberia to get to Granjide, unlike going to Taboo. So I don't know which road President Weah fixed or built. So you have to tell me, because they will do everything, but they will not go on their record. And 2029 election will be about the record. What did you do? And they will compare, juxtapose what you did versus what your successor did. And then if both don't make the case, then Bronco will be looking elsewhere, because George Weah will be judged by what he did as president. And there's so many things to count on for that. But let's default to the groundbreaking. A lot of people still hold that great commitment for their party, their political party. That's why I say I don't know if it's the coalition or the Congress for Democratic Change. But a lot of folks still hold that. Don't forget, this was the party that was incumbent that took second. And if they were empowered, they came second. Imagine when they get there now, what will happen? But people will show up for their party. They want to be able to identify. But I hope this time they're not going to spend money on a piece of property they do not own. Hopefully they own it, because if they're leasing it, then they put in all this exuberance to go build there again. The owner, that you can keep blaming your opponent that they were the reason. Look, if you and a guy fighting over a girl and the guy took the girl, I will not even make noise. I lost the battle. Why are you holding? You think you come on platform, you say you're not here to praise the Unity Party. You think the Unity Party will be there to see you survive? A fair battle. Accept it and move on. Dust it up and move on. I hope this was a great show of interest by your partisans. I don't know if that would be enough to put any political party in office. I don't see it, because I've seen crowd bigger than that before. But it's just groundbreaking, and CDC is notorious for breaking ground. Lots of grounds. That's why any project President Buckeye touches, they say it's their project. They broke ground. Breaking ground is not building. I hope they will go back and look at what they did in the past in terms of breaking ground. They broke lots of ground. Those grounds, some of them, became hazardous, and people were falling in there as pits. So hopefully this time they'll build their headquarters.
Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, thank you very much. Let me say this, right? From where I said it looked like we all have spoken, right? It's very important. My first take, Emmanuel, it's on a very serious note, no joke. I think CDC did something exceptional today. And I can talk about the minuses, I can talk about the issues, right? But CDC were rejuvenated today. And I don't know why Regroup is not here. This is when Vendetta Patrick name should be mentioned, Regroup. CDC have regrouped. And if this, we are in 2025, my people. If this regroup message continue on this path, and what Unity Party is doing, then I think Unity Party will be in trouble. CDC got more to do, and Liberians need to hear this. CDC must do more. This is not about winning election. No, they ain't there yet. But they have rejuvenated their base, Emmanuel.
They have given their people hope. Most seditions were hopeless. On a serious note, most seditions fell within themselves. The party leadership have forgotten them. Jowea Kunito, and you call Jowea, he all of the country. Brahma, Jamie Brahma, you know that. Akaris, you all know that. The people felt that they were like sheep without a shepherd. There were not David to defend them against the lions and the wolf. And because David wasn't present to defend them, though he said, yet though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I fear no evil. But seditions were left alone.
Oh, you preaching now too?
They were looking for their leaders. And the leaders were nowhere around. But I think Jowea realized something. My absence have caused one of the greatest wars within CDC. They removed Falati Kofa, Kanu Babala, they broke down the party headquarters. My absence have created this thing that Akaris Gray were getting angry. Thomas Father shifted to Unity Party. St. Joseph went to find his own political party they call PAP. 7 to 11 members of CDC lawmakers, they shifted. It was because of George Manneh we are absent. But what we saw today, now I wonder when the master, if you listen to that song, Master, the tempest is raging. When the master woke up, and after Peter said, Lord, carest not that we perish, you still sleeping? You remember when Peter was fighting with the wind and the whale, and they thought they were going to die, but guess what happened? Jesus Christ was quietly sleeping. And the disciples woke him up and said, Master, carest not that we perish. And Jesus get down of little faith. And he stood up and put his 2 hands up. And he said, peace, be still. Peace.
So you comparing with Jesus?
Let me finish. What we saw today, the presence of George Manneh Weah, that's the message he sent to sedition and said, peace, be still, I'm here. What we saw today, if any Liberians believe in themselves that CDC is a dead party, they got to rethink, because the president of George Manneh Weah, he went above and said, peace, be still. And you listen to what he said. Though they broke our building down, though they kick us out, but we are here to build and not to break. And he have assured, and he have reassured seditions and non-seditions that yes, indeed, they can kick Falati Kofa out of that place as speaker. Yes, indeed, they can burn down the Capitol building and put it on sedition. Yes, indeed, they can demolish our head party headquarters. Yes, indeed, they can take Samuel Tuah to court. Yes, indeed, they can chase after Finabondo. Yes, indeed, they can help to scatter and destroy the turning position and remove sedition. But I've come to tell you, peace, be still. I'm not here to preach for George Manneh Weah sedition. I think the state got more to do, Brother Emmanuel. But what you saw today, go to Noir Panton, go to Bokolonjere, go to Gibraltar, go down to West Point, go down to Clareton, go all over. The people have gotten the hope again, the hope they were looking for. They have listened to the shepherd and they say, yes, the sheep can celebrate, the goats can celebrate, because they have heard the voice of the shepherd, and that voice said, peace, be still. So in this first round, I'm going to end the sermon right here. I will come back again. I got to go and rejuvenate. But I think it was a good day today for sedition. You may come and say they are not building. You may come and say, well, they are not coming back. The message is not about coming back. It's about reassuring sedition that George Manneh Weah is still alive. And George Manneh Weah still got the power and the strength to lead CDC out of the darkness, what they found themselves in. So I said to all Liberians, I believe that CDC today had a great day. On that note, I'm going to rest because I get my phone going off like crazy. But people say I'm going to be quiet. So I gotta be quiet, Honorable Gray. Colonel Gray, I gotta chill smell the pussy, I gotta be quiet. So let me say to all of you, we're gonna listen to my man, then we're gonna go ahead and go. I gotta be quiet. I gotta be quiet. I don't know why. I gotta go in the back small. Go ahead, Marvin. I gotta go in the back small.
Gentlemen, good to be here. Congratulations to the CDC for delivering on its promise to build grounds for its headquarters. It's difficult to argue whether somebody is juvenated or not, or whether the person is not juvenated. But what I will disagree with is, or what I will point out is, I did not see anything new that happened today. I saw seditionists who usually would gather. I saw them gather today. Few months or a years plus back, we saw almost 10 times that number at the SKD. They filled the SKD, therefore Thomas Fowler. So we have seen 10 times more than what we saw today. Now that you interpret that as a factor, as something that has never happened, and so because of that, then I tend to wonder. Because this crowd that we saw at that, 1.5 lakh is 10 times less than what we saw at the SKD for Thomas Fowler, or what we saw for George Weah during the election. So I did not see anything new. I saw sedition gather. That has been the pattern of sedition. They have carried the burden for their party. They will show up, they will gather. What has been lacking is what is still lacking. Selfless leadership is what has been lacking, and that what is lacking. That lack of selfless leadership is what caused sedition to gather and win the 2017 election. But they were not in power. They were not leading. Their leaders were those who were leading the ministries and agencies. It was Weah who was president. The ordinary sedition gave the power to them. They mismanaged, abused that power, and they lost the election. So sedition have always done what they did. So I didn't see anything new. The same pattern. The stage manage different things. We'll go into that. That is if they bring it up. They will stage manage different things to do what they did, but nothing significantly changed. Yes, sedition gather. That how they have always gathered. They've gathered even 10 times more than what we saw today. They show loyalty, but what has been lacking is leadership, and what is still lacking is leadership. That leadership is what caused them to lose the election. That leadership is not what has been addressed. But yes, sedition remain committed. They are the people who always bear the sacrifices and carry the burden for the party, but their leaders will always let them down. So nothing new I saw today, except that the party lived up to the commitment. They broke grounds for the party headquarters. We congratulate them. We appreciate that effort. They set good example to follow what MPP did, to follow what ALP did. The only distinction is CDC is mobilizing its own parties to build headquarters. ALP, Eurojeb took his office or his private building and changed it into headquarters. MPP, almost the same thing. CDC is the first to say, let's mobilize our parties to build party headquarters. That is what is welcoming, we appreciate, but nothing significant different I saw today beyond that. So what do you stand on?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's play a video. We'll get to you, Jefferson Chelsea, 1 minute. I don't know what you are seeing out there. I just don't know. We'll play this video, guys. We have no copyright to this on Facebook. Allow us to flow freely. Again, If it is copyrighted, we have no copyright to this music. Let me ask you. Let me ask you before we call these players to join us. Can you, seeing someone like Yeke, you disagree with him, I understand. But he's still a popular man in Liberia. He's on the stage with George Manawiya and Joa Howard Taylor and them all. Seeing the massive crowd that even the police that were trying to divert traffic. I'm sorry, Carrie, we have to go to Jefferson because he has not spoken yet. To divert traffic, you come to understand the other issue right here, though. The motorcyclists, then the Gregory Kumaseo just didn't have the day. They went to the unrestricted area. Jefferson, though, maybe I'm hearing something and maybe I'm saying something different, but Liberian will decide. There's some momentum here, Jeff. Talk to me.
Stanton, today was a great day. Buema, JB Buema, welcome to the show. And all our panelists, it's a great day today. Stanton, what you saw today is a clear demonstration of the failure of the Unity Party. But before I go to that, let me speak to what Kanyo said. Kanyo, you said the reason why we lost our party headquarters was a failure of leadership. Kanyo, you are part of the legal team. This tells us that you're a bad lawyer. You ill-advised the party illegally.
So leave Kanyo in this one. No, Jawase, wait. Jawase, you can say no, you get tired, my man. Wait. Stop saying no. You can address Kanyo. At the end of this thing, we are on the road talking about your party breaking down. You want to take all your time on Kanyo? Is that your satisfaction?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
but this is nothing I'm a stranger to.
Kanyo, you need to share and listen. That my time to speak, you spoke. You're bad lawyer.
I mean, I'm giving you the opportunity to speak because you will not say anything new.
You are part of the CDC legal team. You ill-advised the party legally. You're a bad lawyer. You will never have a good client to come to you because you're a bad lawyer. You ill-advised the party. You are part of the party's legal team, and you lost a serious case. Kind of, you're a bad lawyer. You should not even be talking about the party's leadership. You should just shut up and get a chance to talk. Because you ill-advised the party.
You're terrible.
You're terrible. So, Stanton, what you saw today.
Your time finished, my man. You use all your time on Kanyo. Imagine that's scared of you.
No, Stanton.
No. You use all your time on Kanyo. Your time finished. You use the 2 million on Kanyo. You good thing that happened to your party today. You tell me about
you may get a shortest 2 minutes ever or what? You want to even go for 1 minute.
The man finish. Emmanuel, I can't hear you. I never use a town kind of business. Listen. Yeah, man. Emmanuel, I don't know as an opposition, but yet ANC member, right? And high-ranking global chair as a way to put it. What say you about the coming back of Jawia on that stage? I'm looking at the hope portion here. I'm not going to beat on anybody. They can say what they want to say. Mame Kayo, they all can say what they want to say. But I'm talking about that hope that Jawia brought to that group today. That people going to bed, sedition going to bed, they will say, oh, yes, we are back. It wasn't there when they were breaking down the party headquarters. We were on the show 3 a.m. in the morning, right? We couldn't see the leadership then. People were using flashlight. It wasn't there when they were burning down the Capitol building and removing Fonati Kofa. But it's some kind of new hope right now. That's the hope that brought Jawia to power 2017. When he said hope,
And that's the hope I see coming back. What say you?
No, Stanton, after the 2023 elections and inauguration, the opposition political party in this election cycle, as compared to the of us being in opposition in the last political cycle, was giving this government an opportunity to perform. We were suddenly looking forward to progress, this mission of rescue that I spoke about. So remember when George Weah took over in 2018, few months later, we're out with various protests. We had a lot of protests going on, but this opposition cycle allowed this president to operate. But what is happening now, we see that Liberian people are in despair, and every opposition leader is waking up. First, we had members of our various political parties that were coming out. You have Moruba Molu with Stand that came out. We have Akara's Grade 2 who was asking sedition to come out. But what we have happening right now is the political leaders of the opposition party coming to make statement that we now understand that this rescue mission is out to rescue nothing, that there is challenge in the country. So therefore, we have President Weah returning to the country with a mass welcome. We had Mr. Alexander Cummings having a wonderful interview 2 weeks ago, laying down the economic policy of Liberia. And then we have President Weah calling for the groundbreaking of CDC headquarters today. And we've seen the members of the opposition coming out to tell this government that we have indeed given you a chance to prove to us that you can govern. But instead, what we have is that Minister Sando and Minister Pierre getting onto the airwave, insulting everybody else for telling them the truth about the country. So that's what we're witnessing now. We're witnessing a strong opposition coming up to tell the boycott government that the honeymoon is over. We are now ready to enlighten our public. We are now enlightening the Liberian people that this government has nothing to rescue. They have a non-performance record that we're going to be speaking, that we are going to speak to. And now our political leaders have now taken the helm of authority, and that's what we're going to see going forward. But
you know your popcorn, right?
If you allow me to conclude with something, thank you for this sermon. While you are preaching, my brother Jerry will be anointing the sycamore trees.
Thank you very much. Karen, before we bring in Akara's Grade, let's hear you from the other side, though. Again, let's remain on this message, on our topic, guys, please. It will be so helpful for our friends. Akanyo, there's a hope and change message I saw today that have inspired, right? Not even sedition alone, but non-sedition as well. Wherever you come from, those people that went there, that transported themselves, some of them paid for their own t-shirt, printed their own t-shirt. You saw them hanging on the trees like birds, right? They meant something. They had a message. This is a message for this government. Let's talk about those messages that were sent out today, Kanyo.
Well, thank you, CEO. You spoke about hope, and it reminds me of my days of reading. And one of the books I liked was a book called Poor Man's Almanac by Benjamin Franklin. And one of the famous sayings out of that book is that he who lives on hope will die fasting. And I think that it is applicable to this situation. Sadly, I say this sadly because as a seditious, I'm constrained to agree with Mami that a lot of seditious are going to hope and keep hoping, and they will die fasting. They will die from hunger. I mean, the conglomeration of a crowd is nothing new to the CDC. What we saw today is no different from many, many crowds and rallies that I personally participated within. In fact, President Weah has demonstrated the ability to bring massive groups of people together over and over and over, far exceeding what we saw today. That's why I'm maintain today is not about a crowd. It is about what is the message. And that's why I differ with my big brother, Gibson Jeru. Even he struggles with his analysis. And at some point he falters when he say, we don't need a new message. However, there need to be new people around President Weah. But how are you communicating when the messengers are the same, but you're saying, big brother Jerry, that you don't need a new message, that you are going to discard people around the president? And I say the key thing is that there isn't a new message. CDC is no longer the CDC from 2005 as an opposition political party. It is a party that tested power. It is a party that has a history of governance. You lost the election. We lost the election on 20,000 votes. There has to be a point of introspection as to why the election was lost. Not scapegoating, not finding, this lack of accountability. We lost our party headquarters because Unity Party broke it down. That's a blatant lie. We lost the party headquarters because over a period of 3 years, despite expert legal advice being given as to the ownership of the property, despite the Supreme Court handing down ruling as to the ownership of the property, despite recognizing the owner of the property and even paying court costs, you decided to ignore all of those until finally the Supreme Court mandated through the court process the eviction from property that was private in ownership. Today, if you cannot acknowledge that it was a mistake of leadership, a deficit of leadership, that made you to lose that party headquarters, like every one of them on the show know, Isaac, Akaros, and Jeff, but yet you want to spin it as a political angle, then there's a lack of accountability. There's a lack of accountability when you embrace a Yeke Kolumba, a reprobate of the highest level, a bottom feeder, somebody who brings absolutely nothing to governance discourse in our country. A man who insulted your wife, Madam Clara Marie Weah, insulted the vice president, Joy Howard Taylor, insulted you and your mother and your father and almost every other person on that stage. You bring him onto a stage where you stand because of what? That you want to win an election? It's a lack of accountability. It's a lack of accountability to citizens. When there are multiple issues, some of the things you say, oh, the president was not here, but he's now here. He should always be there. Because like you said, using your Jesus analogy, I'm not much of a preacher man, Stanton, but they say the Savior is never too far away. Whenever you call upon him, he is there. Why must you leave in the first place? That is a question to be had. So the real thing here is today, look, nothing monumental happened today, right? There are seditionists who love this party, and I will put on something that is controversial today, right? We can debate it. The CDC is no longer the people you see out there today, the seditionists who believe in the people.
Councillor, let hold you right there. I'm begging you, let's move on so that we will discuss it in the third round. This is the second round. Akaros, before I get to Boema, let me hear you. Hold on, Gibson, we'll come to you. Akaros, let me hear you. Let's get some seriousness in this conversation.
Harold W. Emerson says something very important. That foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. Let me be living in the past and imagining when I care Bible and don't live with the reality. The realities are glaring when the people are hungry, when the people feel let down, when campaign promises are not fulfilled, when mothers or parents cannot pay school fees and kids are out of schools, when hospitals are dilapidated, the people are turning to that hope. They are turning to a hope because they lost confidence in an administration that have failed to put bread on the table. Say what you want to say. But the public record, the prima facie, shows through independent media institutions that the country is hard, that the Unity Party have failed not just Liberia, but its own parties. They believe that Liberia is not better today as compared to under President Weah administration. That's why you see Unity partisans, diehard supporters, are not only writing on Facebook but they are becoming courageous to condemn their own government action and escaping the failed administration. I will say this, the people who caused the loudest noise, the empty Jones, the loudest noise, what the CDC did today, that was not campaign time for somebody to compare Tomo Fala campaign time on SKD or President Weah campaigning. How can you compare apple with oranges? What kind of analysis is that? If you are doing comparative political analysis, the teacher will give you 0. Absolute 0. We're talking about a gathering. This is the thematic concern. It's a groundbreaking program. A groundbreaking program for the construction of a headquarters. You cannot say there has been a groundbreaking program for the construction of an headquarters by another political party that this number has turned up. There's a strange in the political dispensation of our country. From the ministerial complex to SKD Boulevard, the entire main road was locked down. The number that turned up today more than even what appeared on the SKD Sports Complex. People, it reminds me of 2005. The party did not print a single T-shirt to give up. But people in opposition were buying T-shirt and cap as high as $20 United States. People were walking from red light. Some were coming from Douala. The party did not provide a transportation. He said nothing has changed. What kind of argument is that? What kind of salty argument is that? The argument is not mellifluous, it's of dissonance. The boy will say cacophonic.
Thank you, Greg.
Walk. People pay their way in less than 30 seconds. From Douala, they walk to Oro. And you say nothing has changed. The party did not provide transportation or buses. In opposition, this is unprecedented in the political landscape of our country. Those who come here or out there, who are hustling for jobs, who are regime collaborators and surrogates, no real unity partisan, bring them on the show.
We got to go. We will come back for the third round.
Unprecedentedly.
The third round will come back. Thank you very much, Honorable Karis Moses Gray. Our brother talk about hope. Gabe said I will come to you, but let's just get this thing straight, right? And I'd love for us to do this. Change, hope, brother. A lot of people are inspired today, Kayo. You can find reason to say what you want to say, and you're talking about Yeke, and you talk about reconciliation, and you say Yeke calls John Manawiya, mom, pa, brother, sister, wife, and our entire generation. Yeke calls Edwin Snow and that of Funati Kofa and Maggie and all of them. I agree. But this is the greatest reconciliation. As a leader, I think this is what we should tell our leaders to do.
You're right. You're right.
I do not think for one bill you should be saying it was a bad thing to have Yeke on that stage. But let me pause you there, though. The same Yeke that insulted during the 2023 election that you saw here today, he was the same man campaigning for Joseph Yeman Boyka, a Unity Party. There was no checkpoint. He wasn't unstable. He wasn't in range. Guys, let's facing this. Let's try to win souls, political souls, into our camp. We cannot have it both ways. You say it was lack of accountability, but we celebrated President Boyka. Those that insulted him, today he brought them closer. I'm not calling nobody's name, but you know. We ran on Facebook and said, yes, President Boyka, thank you for forgiving that sister. Thank you for forgiving that brother. And you know that, can you?
But see, you take over my cars, but if you do that again, let me respond to this.
Brother, let me finish. You told your own for 3-4 minutes. You know that Josh Manawiya, I'm not here to celebrate him. An entire CDC party, they must do these things right down to bring the good, the bad, and the ugly to bring them under the sheepfold, to send that message that this is the greatest peace ambassador in the world, to send that message that this is the greatest reconciliator in the world, to send that message. Not to send a message of divide, not to send a message of hate, not to send a message of bitterness, not to send a message I will not talk to you because you crossed my mind. That political theater, you know that. But may God save your soul. And we hope you understand that when you are in a campaign, you must do these things. And this thing will lead to a unity and united Liberia, not a divided Liberia. Let me bring in our brother Gibson. Bring in Burma, JB, Burma, and the rest of the crew. Brother Gibson.
Thank you very much. And Brother Candio, thank you for what you said. But let me just say this. My master's is in international politics, international relations. So I understand politics more than you. You're a lawyer. That's two dynamics. But here is what I wanted to say. In politics, there's interest that guide the political decision. Your master, VP Kuhn, said Joseph Boakai dream was going downhill. Joseph Boakai chose him as vice president. The late Prince Johnson said Boakai was dying. He brought Prince Johnson close to win election. So the issue of Yeke Koluba joining the CDC after insulting We Are Mothers and everybody else is irrelevant to political survival. The interests bring people together. They are not brotherhood, they are not friendship, there's nothing about that. The only thing I admire about Yeke Koluba today, he did not give. I listened to him, he never insulted anybody today. He spoke politically correct, and I think this is the way he will proceed. And I hope this is the way he should proceed. The other thing I said, and you have problem with it, was there's no new messaging. In politics, there's no new messaging unless the demographic changes. In international politics, say new demographic yields new message. Let me give an example. If you live in a Mexican area in America, let's say New Mexico, and you see more people from Mexico coming, then you have to change your message to suit them because you want them on board. In Liberia, as we are, the message cannot change because there are no new demographic that we are facing. So changing your message will be like eating your own words all the time. That's what I meant. And I didn't say that new people should come. I said new attitude. I'm not concerned about new people. I'm concerned about new attitude. And if you saw me speaking here every day, I said the CDC that you see now will be a CDC that we will join and we will help and we will give our little pieces of advice, and it will be a change CDC. And even the governance process will be a change governance process because the attitude that President Weah, I heard him speaking. Somebody sent me a little video tape of audio telling some of his senior members that what happened during his first term can never be repeated. Any error that was made will be corrected, and the Liberian people will be the focus of his administration. That video, I said it the other day. I have that audio here. It's just that when I play that audio, President Weah will know exactly who sent that audio to me, and I don't want to send it to start to play it. But that's what he is saying. I'm taking him on this word. We should have new attitude. We should have new approaches. And I know your good friend Kuhn wants you to say what you say because it speaks good for him. You try to destabilize CDC talking point here, but it can't work because VP Kuhn said does not have strategy.
Thank you, Robert. We'll come to VP Kuhn. Let's stick with this. Gibson, you can trust me. Gibson, trust me. Send me the audio. I will not play it. Trust me. Please.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yes, not send it. Don't send out audio. Stanton will play.
As soon as send it, Stanton will play the next.
Listen, you know Stanton,
Let me bring in Brother JV Brahma. Let's say we're going to retire Colonel L. Remy Gray. I said, Do, Abula Mame, and our brother Jefferson Chesson will close this now. Edison is joining us live, waiting for him to come on. But let's say you Brahma JV Brahma.
You know, when I hear people say that today there wasn't any new message, then I don't think they are politicians. There was a new message today. But let me just, before I go to that, let me just address the issue of Yeke Koluba. A lot of people always share this myth that President Weah is an unforgiving person, that President Weah does not forgive people. So the presence of Yeke Koluba on that stage totally dismantles that myth or those sayings that a lot of people always share around. Oh, John Weah can forgive. So Yeke's presence on that stage sent a message to the Liberian people, both home and abroad, that President Weah is a reconciler and that he is a leader who wants to lead a united Liberia, in contrast to Joseph Numa Boakai, who came to power on a platform of unifying the country. Today we have the most divided country. Today you can stand on Broad Street and see a visible division among Liberians. Today, the seditians who assembled in that very groundbreaking ceremony, they were sending a message, a very new message, a message to the world that Joseph Boakai is a failed project, that the United Party-led government is a total failed project. They were sending a message that this government under Joseph Numa Boakai has failed to perform on every cadre. They promised an inclusive governance structure that has collapsed, a collapse on arrival. They promised to fight corruption. You can see everywhere that they have failed in that regard. They promised to alleviate poverty in the country. You can see they have made no gains in that. They promised to enhance the economic well-being of the country. You can see that is also not making any progress. What the people of Liberia have seen is a morphological change of Joseph Numa Boakai from a very old retarded man to a new to somebody in a new face. In fact, some people will say the president can be bleaching. so we see Joseph Boakai move from one old paper to become a bleaching paper. That's the only change that Liberian people have seen. That's the only change. That's the only change that we'll see. But to say that any good thing has come to Liberia since the United Party came is a myth. It's a complete farce. Today, the people sent a message that a hope is coming, and that a change is coming, and that is the change that the people are hopeful of. So that slogan of 2017, change for hope, or hope for change, is coming again. The people are hopeful because they are living in total hopelessness. Everything is hopeless. So they are moving to that change. They are changing that hopelessness to a hopeful journey. And that is what President George Manuel Weah is presenting to the people. That is why he is bringing the likes of Yeke Koluba to share stage with them. He believes that this is the only Liberia we have. And everybody, disregard of how you've insulted me before, disregard of how you perceived me before, you are welcome on board. Come, let's fix this Liberia. So that is the kind of Liberia that the people, that's the kind of message that the people were sending today. So to say that nothing new happened, no. United Party people, man, you're mixing a point. Something new happened. And can you sometimes you have to be sincere to this process. The CDC contributed immensely to your political well-being. But we can't go personal. You have to.
Thank you. No, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there.
Salute you, Mama. Salute you,
Let me bring in the retired Colonel L. Remy Gray. Eddie, talk to us, my friend. Guys, again, just to announce, I'm probably going to interrupt you. We'll be having the Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow. We'll be calling the rest of the guys. So just make this round a beautiful one while we open the line and call the rest of the other players for tonight. Remy Gray?
You know, Stanton, there's something about the presidency that can enhance people's looks, especially when they become president. I see, George, we have switched place with President Buckeye because he's no longer president. You see the former president where he looks pale. Maybe that's just me. That's because he's not there anymore. Then the guy who succeeded him, the guy looking shiny. But I like the idea that politics is bent on interest, and that was a political calculation the former CDC in power failed to grasp. All the folks who had their own individual interest that supported the party, they sat for 6 years, watched only a small team of individuals enriching themselves, enjoying the bounty. Today, those same people who enjoy some of the bounty, they're scared that President Joseph Boakai will use the presidency to meet the political simplification of people who support his idea. That's why you hear political people will be called names. This person is a regime collaborator. Yes, if a regime fulfills someone's political interest, that's what politics is all about. You share the bounty. He who fails to do that, good luck. That's one of the reasons why the CDC became former, because you can beat on Councillor Bala, you can beat on some of us who talk on behalf of the administration. My friend, this government has 4 years to call anybody, any one of us, and say, hey, come in. That's what politics is all about. If not, tell Mr. Wade to go home in France and just live a very luscious life and forget about the presidency. But there's interest in everybody pursuing politics. But Stanton, this particular gathering today is not how to measure President Weah if he becomes president. Give him power. I can tell you, a lot of people will let down the same way, because you know what? He doesn't feel obligated to people who really support him. He feels obligated to himself and those who will play yes sir to him. And that small group of individuals will be the same team that will come back in power and start leashing their anger and might and spite on the Liberian people. I can tell you that the presidency of Liberia should always focus on the forward-moving position of our country and its people. But if just come there and then start thinking about revenging the past, you'll be consumed with hate and spite, and you'll take our country nowhere. And I don't look forward to seeing CDC coming back to power. Stanton.
The Colonel, Remy Gray, the former, the retired corner. We got Ellen Snow, he's seated. We'll be bringing him on shortly after Isaac don't speak. We want to say to all of you, we'll be speaking to Yeke Koruba, likewise, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, all those key players. Probably also put a surprise call over to Funati Kofa, and we want to hear from them. The big program today, what they say. Isaac, make it 2 minutes for us to bring in the Honorable Edwin Snow, sir.
Yeah, sure. Our Bella Canio said people will keep hoping until they will die of hunger. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. Canio, you will not die from hunger, my brother. They're centrist. No wonder. So let me say this, my people. Imagine a common groundbreaking event is being compared to a political rally. Someone said nothing changed because Thomas Falata, there were people there. How many times have you seen humans assembled for any groundbreaking event on the planet? Leave Liberia out. When they were building the White House in America, the White House, did you see humans being assembled? When they were building the House of Jubilee in Ghana, the presidential parties, did you see humans being assembled? CDC was only breaking ground to build a house. And you are comparing the assembly of people to a political rally. On a very small minds, we really see nothing changing. This is it. When President Boakai was running campaign, he argued then that he has never been a president. So the people should give him the presidency for them to see changes in their life. Now that he is a president, the people can compare between George Weah as president and Boakai as president. There is a change between. And that's the reason why you saw Yeke Koluba there today, who you did not see there yesterday. I'm not sure you forgot about Marie Johnson Boakai, right? Who was someone who did not even want to hear any other thing besides the name Boakai, jubilating among seditionists today. If that alone does not change your mind that the CDC conversion today cannot and has never been like any other gathering wherein people went to break ground. There are many buildings that have been built. Many buildings. I don't want to limit this to just Liberia. Across the planet. Let's not forget that the CDC only assembled to build a house. It was not a political rally. It was not a campaign rally. It was not President we are returning to the country. It was just people coming to say, oh, that poor shovel will come and build a house, my people. If you can see seditions gathering in their numbers just to break ground, and don't tell me people didn't gather to make CDC win in 2017. It was people that actually came around and made CDC win. Those same people are coming back today. How much more can we prove that everything politically is going against the Unity Party and for the CDC? Imagine if the CDC were to open a political rally, what would happen compared to what we saw today? And let's not forget, we are just talking about 2 years. And later on the 2 years, you are
I gotta bring the senator on. Thank you, Isaac. I beg you, my friend. I beg you. I know you had a long trip, a successful trip, and we'll discuss your trip later. We say gathering information. But ladies and gentlemen, on this one, I'm going to bring you Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow, Senator from Bowman County, Republic of Liberia. It's good to have you in studio by way of our virtual studio, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome.
Stanton, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here tonight to join this conversation. Good evening to all of your panelists. And it's always a pleasure, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We got a lot of people in the back. A lot of people want to listen to you. Eugene Nambe, Fonati Kofa, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, former VP, Joe Howard Taylor, Dr. Josh Mann, we are former president. And listen, what's your take about the event today? You are not a sedition, but a friend to this family, the CDC family. What's your take?
Stanton, I think today was extraordinary. I've listened to current and past members of the CDC, if I may classify my friend Kanye as a former member. I don't know if he is, but I've listened to other speakers. I listened to Mame, and I hear people trying to dilute what happened today. But what happened today was extraordinary. CDC went for one purpose today, and the only purpose was to go and do groundbreaking. And if anybody went to break ground and took over, thousands of human beings just to go and break ground, that was a very resounding message. And I don't think anyone, no matter how much you hate the CDC or you're departing from the CDC or you found a new political, whatever way you want to say it, nobody in their rightful mind will criticize what happened today. What happened today was for one purpose, a single purpose, to go and break grounds, which was done. And the crowd, the ordinary people, and what Chairman Kofa did not emphasize on, which was for me, which he should have done, the crowd you saw in there, even before the stand-up burial got there, they were already making their payment. There was a booth there one of the banks were, I think UBA or one of the banks were there, and people were going there giving their $50, the 100 Liberian dollars, their $5. Monies were being collected there for ordinary people. So to have seen the struggling masses going to contribute to construct a party headquarters, and anybody in the rightful mind think that is not significant, then you got to rethink. What happened today was CDC was not there to put out a crowd. It was nothing about crowd. CDC, when they announced to the world that we've been evicted from our previous headquarters, it has been demolished. We now secured a new land. We are going to break grounds and then to begin the construction for the new property. Everybody decided to go there. Yes, some of us were invited. I received a formal invitation from the CDC to attend the program. But the partisans decided that they would attend the program, and they were there in full. I think it was an elaborate program. It even showed in CDC that is receptive to rebranding. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very close to the standard bearer of the CDC, former President Weah, and in private conversations, he acknowledged that there were some wrongdoings, there were some missteps in his 6 years, and he's prepared to correct those missteps. He's prepared to bring new people on board. He prepared to listen more. He prepared to open up. And he prepared to reach out to the Liberian people and apologize to them for those missteps that the government had in 6 years and become a better person. So when I hear him say that, when I see CDC trying to do rebranding, which, today, I saw a different CDC. I was very impressed. And I think no one in the rightful mind, no matter how political you may want to be, to criticize today's program, you'll be doing yourself injustice.
Senator, let me hold you right there. It's good that we have Emmanuel George, Abulamame, you have Stanton and Kanyo on one side with Conor Gray, the rest of the sedition that carries Gray, Gibson, Jerry, Boima, JB. Boima, are you a sedition? I don't even know who you are.
Senator Snow, please don't mention that thing, I beg you.
Okay.
I am a sedition.
You are a sedition. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for telling us today that you're a sedition. We'll find out on Tuesday to attack you, not today. Senator, though, what new, Senator? Now, because I heard hope, right? I saw hope. People that were hopeless, right? They saw President George Manneh Weah coming. They felt relieved. And, they were given reassurances in their own personal life, right? They were wanting to see George Manneh Weah and saw him, not just see him like, passing. They saw him, they heard him. That's hope. The human capacity hope within CDC, I want you to talk about it. Those individuals, the next step. Tell us something that we didn't hear today. Tell us something that we didn't see today. As Liberians, whom and abroad listen to you, a message that came out of this message. Senator Snow, talk to us.
So Stanton, let's start with the traffic going towards the event. Right after the ELWA junction, or around the 72nd intersection, there was police barricade there. There was police presence there. I was driving behind the former president and we're on the phone talking. And I heard him telling his security in the car, tell them to stop and respect the police. His convoy stopped for a while. I think the police were either trying to regulate the motorcyclists or something was there a little bit, but they respected that. And when the police opened the way, they drove through that respecting the police. For me, that was a big plus. They got to the crowd. I mean, we all know when seditions are in their political mood, sometimes once they see those kind of obstacles, they feel offended. I mean, let's face the fact. But they respected the police and they drove through that after the police had opened the way for them. They got at the program. He got out of his car. We walked to the program together, respected the crowd, got there, and embraced everyone. He was cautious about time. There were instances, and I sat between, his wife was in the middle, and then I was on the other side, he was on the other side. And there were instances when either the MC or someone would try to use some political rhetoric against the other political party or parties, and he would tell them, no, we're not here from there. Let's keep focused. There were at least on 4 occasions where he asked me to contact Fulanti Kofa, Council Fulanti Kofa, Eugene, Nataya Mange or Sam Ulu to tell them,
Keep the program focused. Stop attacking others. Don't go after others. Let's stay to where we are here. There was a political gathering. It was charged, but he took control from sitting where he was. And I was very impressed about that. Even though it's a political gathering, but he still tried to manage the rhetoric.
Let me hold you right there, and the other guys will ask you questions. Did you see a new George Weah? Did you see a different George Weah? Did you see a George Weah? Yeah, but let's talk about this former president now. That transfer now in his battle, I think maybe he decided to lose weight or something. He's tired or something of that. We can talk about it, but not his appearance, not his structure. What he brings to that crowd. Did you see O'Neal George Weah?
You know, Stand-On, like today, before the program, he and we had lunch together. So while eating, and I mentioned a couple of names to him, people that I know that, you know, who have been very critical about him. And I was like, what do you think about this
those names on the show, please?
No, I'm not going to do that. No. I'm not doing that. No. I'm just telling the conversation, a part of the conversation. And he said to me, he said, look, Snow, there have been people that have insulted my parents. There have been people that have said the worst things about me. If we cannot begin to reconcile with people, we cannot begin to work with everyone in this country, then why should we want to lead this country? At one point in the conversation, somebody in the room said, oh, Chief, you know, you went and get the election out, this and that. He said, look, there's nothing about anybody's child dying. My children were not there. My son is playing football. My other children are not here. I was not going to hold on to an election result to bring confusion in the country. So even if it was 1,000 votes that was announced, I would have given it up. He's prepared. And the third thing is, when he said to me, he said, look, Snow, we made a lot of mistakes in 6 years. There were times that we did the wrong thing. There were times when our people were overzealous. There were times when the utterances didn't sound right to the Liberian people. We need to correct those things. We cannot go back, you know, in 2029, pretending to the Liberian people that all was well in 2023 when we lost the election. We had some shortcomings, and we need to work on those shortcomings. So for me, the first thing for any human being is to realize your shortcoming. When you realize your shortcoming, you are prepared to make amends. And what he said to me today is like, look, if we have to move this country forward, we must reconcile and we must work with everybody. At one point, he said to one of the guys, I won't call his name, he said, look, we cannot be accusing the government of using the platform to insult people, and we'll come into our political program and we're seeing these things. So there were times he made a lot of correction and a lot of intervention in the program today to make sure that the purpose remained. And I think Kofa did an excellent job. The organizers did an excellent job. And I must commend him. There are a lot of things I saw in the program today that I didn't see in a regular CDC gathering. And I think it shows that they are up for rebranding.
Thank you very much, Adam Snow. I'm going to bring in Ambula Mame, Kanye Bagbala, and the rest of the team. Ambula, we have the senator from Bowman County, soon to be from Riverside County, Senator Snow.
Not Grand Crew?
No, that Riverside will carry you.
Snow is a new foreign minister of our new government.
Go sit down, man. Go sit down. Ambula, let's go. Let's talk.
Sit down? Okay.
Well, I'm not just indulge me for Riverside, so that good news. Breaking news.
I'm putting you in Riverside.
Breaking news. You driving from a county.
Who's putting you in Riverside?
The man driving because he won the NPA managing director.
The NPA managing director said he got instruction to fire Usman Dugle from the port because Usman close to me, he won't be sent up bombing.
So that's why Abula driving you from Bombay.
So he fired Usman Dugle already from the port because Usman closed.
That's a breaking news.
He told Usman said that party mandate.
Let's come back to status quo.
That's a breaking news. Why you passing breaking news?
Let's come back to status quo, Auntie. I'm begging you, man.
I said that party mandate to fire Usman. Usman closed the Snow. I'm like, you know, Usman, why you not talking about Usman?
Who Usman?
You know Usman Dugle? I told you know Usman.
I don't, but just say Usman. I know Usman. I don't know Usman Dugle.
You know that, but you know they fire Usman from the port.
I know Usman is not working to the port.
You know they fire him. They force him to resign. He will refuse to fire him. You know that.
Two things now you talking. One time they force him to resign. One time they fire him. But I go to the.
They force him to resign. He refused, and they fire him.
Snow,
No.
This is a breaking news.
Let me correct.
It's a breaking news.
Mame.
Yeah.
They forced him to resign. He refused, so he was fired from the port.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
Thank you very much.
Do you have sympathy for that, Mame? Do you have sympathy for that?
Dave Gibson, you interrupted at the show, my man.
Stanton, let me speak to a few things Honorable Snow and and the other colleagues here. Like I said before, I can't be sitting in America or on a show and judging whether somebody is motivated or not, or demotivated. I can't do that. What I can, however, do is to point to circumstances and incidences that happen. Every Honorable Snow and other people say, oh, it's not a political rally, it's just a groundbreaking. No, it is a political rally. All the elements and features of political rally exist in the rally. You organize, you announce, you set up committee, you mobilize, you printed t-shirts, you produce jingles. All the features of political rally are associated with the event. If Akara today can argue that, oh, because people walk and went there on their own or printed their own t-shirts so that new things are happening, it left with you and the public. But that has been the trademark of CDC. We walk to RIA to welcome George Weah. On a birthday program when there were no political rally birthday, people were trooped from different parts of Montreal to go there. They're not political rally, they're just to go see him and celebrate his birthday. They will print their own t-shirts. They will transport themselves. But if today printing t-shirt and transporting yourself a new thing in CDC, it left with you and the public. But I know it's not a new thing. It's not a new feature. Those are things that happened before and happening now. It is not new. What is new that we need is leadership and what has not happened. So nothing new happened. Stanton.
You are muted, Stanton.
Stanton, you are muted. So yeah, so I was saying nothing new happened.
Stanton is not listening on the show. I think he's talking through his phone when he muted.
Stanton, you are muted.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking Edwin Snow.
No, I was just saying all the features of political rally existed. The mobilize, the announce, the print.
So Mame, what was the name of the event today? The occasion today was called what? What was the occasion?
Groundbreaking ceremony.
Simple, Mame, simple.
I agree, groundbreaking ceremony. I am saying all the features of political rally existed. Doing political rally, people announce, people mobilize, people print t-shirts, people produce.
Mame, if political party is having groundbreaking, it will be a political groundbreaking.
Exactly. So you must say the same thing.
So it's something new. It's new to our democracy. Mame, besides, even you yourself said it, and I like when you said that. Even when the NPP acquired a headquarters, they did not do groundbreaking to build a headquarters. Even when the ALP got a headquarters, it was, I don't know if it was deeded to the party, but it was officially said that the building for the ALP. In this case, maybe the two-week party did it when they did the EJ Robin. I don't know about it. But in this case, in this new political dispensation, it's our first time going to see a political party going to do groundbreaking for the construction of a political, for a global office. So that alone is new to our political dispensation, and the fact that the partisans and opposition, I'm not the only opposition person there today. Madam Joa Howard Taylor was there. Forget about she ran the CCTK, so you would classify her as one of them. But Horatio Gould from ANC was there. So the fact that other opposition leaders were there and the partisans were there to clamor the occasion, it shows that it was a special kind of occasion. Mame going to take a call for some instructions, so I will continue talking when he come out and bring new arguments. So it showed that it was a good program and it was unique to the general CDC, charade and things that we saw. It was a good program. It was a grand program today. It was well attended. And I think we should give the CDC hats off for what they organized today.
All right, Mame, you got anyone to go?
To come back, Honorable Snow, then I can leave the topic. It is you people who trying to diminish, reduce what was happening. That oh, it was not nothing. I was just groundbreaking, but look at the people that came there. We are saying no. It was a political rally. The turnout was impressive. Don't try to over-present it as not being a political rally and the people just trooped there. No, it was a political rally. The turnout was impressive. What we are saying is that
it was a political event, not a political rally.
Let me take you from Liberia. Let me take you from Liberia a little bit.
Let me learn because when you
rally.
It was not a political rally. It was
to land. Then we'll come to you guys.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. The point I'm making here is all the features. You organize, you announce, you print t-shirts, you produce jingles and make announcements all over. Call your partisans from all around to assemble. And they assemble because you call them to come. What we are saying is that has been the historical feature. Seditions were assembled. Nothing strange. You want to make it look like something strange has happened. And we say, no, nothing strange has happened. Plus also what we identified was the scene features of creating scenes. You get people, you put them in the tree. That scene feature exists. That scene feature exists. That has been associated with, go on their pages. They tell a picture of people in the tree, they pull it up to justify that something new is happening. No, you set it up. That was set up. It was part of the gameplay.
Oh, let me see if I understanding you, though. Are you confusing me? Whether it's a political rally, whether it's a rally of a groundbreaking, whatever it is, family. Okay, we meet ourselves, we're hearing female talking. We'll be careful here.
What the part of
Mommy background.
Am I want talking yet?
Your Mark had a female voice.
The female said, but when you finishing, I time with you.
I have a question for the senator. Then I'll be leaving.
No, wait, let me do this real quick, guys. We're going in order. I just got to step up for a minute. We got Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow. He got a lot to say. Gibson, can you run the show from this end till I come back? Mama is engaged, so I can give it to him. They get asking him to hurry up. So Gibson, please, I'll be right back.
They're going to give it a candle. You start giving it a candle.
All right, guys.
But Mommy always went after Mommy, so they can't give it to me because I'm speaking after Mommy.
Yeah, you speak after Mommy. We're going in that order, but let Gibson run the show. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first time running the show. If I make any mistake, forgive me. Okay, so we go to Akara's grade. You have any question or comment for Senator Snow?
No, but Jerry, they're coming to me, not to Akara. Akara spoke first, so don't make that mistake, yeah?
I didn't speak
That's
first.
okay. That's okay. That's okay. Akara, there you go. Akara,
let's go in the order. Don't act like you're making mistake. You're not making mistake.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for correcting the mistake. May I go ahead now?
Go ahead, Candy. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me say a pleasant good evening to the regional statesman, Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow, a big brother that I respect a lot. But duty and patriotism obligates me to disagree with him. And I will do so quite pointedly, but with respect. I will disagree with him. I believe Senator Stowe has only been asked to come on the program to do damage control and to reframe messaging because Akaros, Buema JB Buema, Azedo, Jeff Chesson, the rest of them don't cut it. Because the whole challenge of saying what is new is so overwhelming for them. And even Senator Snow agrees with me because even in his monologue, which I believe eventually it collapses under the burden of the eternal skirmishes that were there, and I will point them out, he tends to come back to agree with me. If you listen to Senator Stowe's point, He has painstakingly tried to point out to this program as being different, giving anecdotal evidence about conversations that were had that show that things are different, that the CDC is prepared to listen to different people to do things differently, that the program was well organized, amongst other things, there were no insults. All of that just confirms what I said, that there was a need for new messaging that Senior Brother Jeru disagrees with. But if we must be truthful and say that there is indeed a need for new messaging, then let's look at the truth and state the truth. CDC was not bulldozed out of the headquarters. It was an error of judgment on leadership that led to the loss of the party headquarters. Let's be truthful to the partisans. That is the issue there. If we say there must be new messaging. The second thing is, yes, we talk about reconciliation, and it's good to reconcile. But it's important to do truth telling when you reconcile. When Yeke insults President Weah's wife consistently, and people say it is political theatrics, I've never descended to that level of political theatrics. And I believe Senator Snow, my own big brother, will never descend to a man who loves his mother. And everybody knows that he loves his mother. Will never entertain any other person who will insult his mother or his wife. I don't believe Senator Snow is that sort of person. Yeke can mount a podium and stand there, and we say it is a question of political theatrics, and we trivialize it. The idea of messaging going forward, people talk about, say, what is new? What is going to change? Conor Gray made some points, and I'd like to follow up on them. I think the CDC is in a place where it is gravitating towards an independent CDC of partisans than a CDC in one person's shadow. And that is my own unvarnished opinion. And there is still this tension to keep it in one person's shadow. So when the CDC comes out like this, I don't see it as on account of one person. I see it as on account of the collective spirit of ordinary partisans who have been disappointed and lied to, and I continue to be disappointed and lied to. So the question becomes now, there has to be a new conversation, not gathering crowds.
Okay, so
we can do that. Let me close on my point. I know, Biba Jeru, you the one anchoring, so I know I will not end my statement, but let me end on this particular point, right? Senator Snow is already doing very great at damage control, trying to present the whole idea of a new direction. That is good. And I think he's a very good person to lead that effort. But the proof of the pudding, as the English people say, is in the eating. I hope that I will hear Senator Snow again by mid of next year, making the same statement he's making today.
Okay.
Because he is on record also for disagreeing with the CDC because of many various things. So my point still stands as I close, that I believe that today's program is no different from multiple programs that I personally participated in. More massive than today, more energetic than today, more theatrics than today, more dancing and music and everything than today. What is new? What is the new direction? What is the new message? I think that is still lost. And hopefully, Senator Snow and others can bring out that new message respectfully. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a question there. After all the comment, Senator Snow, what's new?
So let's start first. You said a monologue. I think I disagree with you. Maybe you were trying to be a little smart on that. But it was not a monologue. It was a conversation we're having. And let me just go back to, kind of what bothers me or buffers me is that when I see you and others going back to CDC headquarters or previous headquarters being taken away or being demolished, what CDC said is mute. You are a lawyer. It's just a woman had abortion. The baby didn't survive. She got pregnant, have another child, and you still want to talk about the aborted baby? It's finished. CDC had a legal issue with the... Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We're hearing you.
CDC had a legal issue. The court ruled the court said CDC was not the rightful owner of the headquarters. CDC have moved on. They bought a new piece of property. They did groundbreaking. But every time we thought we go back to what happened to CDC headquarters, CDC didn't listen to the lawyer. What good it is to this conversation? CDC has moved on. It's you that's still living in the past. And you got to knock the table and say, look, it's time to have a cup of coffee. It's a new day. So when I hear you every time there's a conversation on the CDC and you're going back to the party headquarters and they didn't listen to this person, I think it's just, I don't know what's the point. I don't know what the messaging you're trying to make, but that's gone. Unity Party had a headquarters, of course they repurchased that property though, but they had a headquarters that they didn't pay the lease on. They moved from there, they went to another piece of property. Nobody came by to beat them that, oh, you didn't pay the lease. So they moved. So we all move on in life. One thing I'm trying to say, I'm not doing damage control. I'm only giving you a picture of what I saw today. What I saw today, I was impressed. You are right. There are times I've disagreed with the CDC, but today, I don't disagree with them because what I saw today, I was impressed. And I think we should call a spade a spade. Today I saw the beginning of a new CDC, a rebranded CDC. I saw citizens' participation. Now, we all know I ran campaign with Mr. Weah in 2014 when he wanted to be senator. When I saw Sedition buying their own T-shirts and printing it. Yes, but CDC got to state power and they didn't have to do that again. But today they revert to that. They went back where people were paying their own way and paying their own $100 to look. I was walking next to someone who I was entering the program, and the little boy asked another girl, a girl in the CDC, said, "Becky, please give me $100. I want to make contribution of $200, but I only got $100." And the guy gave the guy the $100. He walked to the booth. I mean, looking at this guy going to make his payment of $200 Liberian to construct his party headquarters. That's a sense of ownership. So it tells you that it is a new day. And if I come on this show tonight because I'm not a seditious, yes, I'm affiliated to the CDC, I'm close to the standard bearer, but I'll come on the show and say, I saw the same old CDC, I saw that CDC today, I won't be fair to myself because I saw a different CDC today. I saw involvement of the partisan, and it was very impressive.
Okay,
can I ask a question?
No, 1 minute. Can you comment here that looks it looks like new? Was it new for Sedition who attended?
It's my time to come in now.
So I'm coming to you. I just saw 30-second thing, can you? It's new for Sedition who went to groundbreak to take money at the same time and contribute to the groundbreaking. Is there anything new to you?
It is absolutely nothing new. And even Ataros, other Seditians, myself can attest to that. We have always given to the party. It's just that the narrative sometimes is skewed to not convey that it is ordinary partisans that own the CDC. Giving money to CDC has never been an issue with partisans. Supporting the CDC has never been an issue with partisans. The issue with CDC has been the failure of leadership in the CDC. I like that they have Senator Snow now on board to help to reframe the conversation in order to project the image that because today was a groundbreaking, there is now a new redirected CDC. And I saw you shaking your head as Senator Snow was speaking. He's doing a good job. But again, I say, the proof is in the eating. Let's see what the results are. But if it's just about converging, paying money, all of that, nothing new happened today. We see more massive meetings, more monies were paid to the CDC before, and I'm sure more will be paid going in the future because people want to protect their political interests. So more money will go there, obviously, but nothing new happened today. And that's why we need a new message. Is there a new message? I don't think so.
Thank you, Councilor Ballard. Karos, I think I call you first, so
yeah,
just go to you before I go to Mr. George.
But I have to.
Yeah, you go on, Karos.
Okay. You know, Kanye just shot himself in the legs. And I don't know whether you go to court and plead a case like that. You said, what's the new message? Yourself said that the party is drifting from what's individualism to a more collective people center. You said it in your argument yet twice. If you go back to the tape. And you said that what you've been pushing for. That is a change by itself. How dare you sit on a show and say nothing has changed? When you just admitted that the party has been drifting from what's individualism to a collective effort by the people. The owning the
So was there individualism?
That's a change. Kind of when you're talking about you know, sometimes the hypocrisy is so mammoth. In Mangibi County, you talk about Yeke appearing reconciliation in Mangibi. Early campaign morning, Kanye wrote on his Facebook page, how President Weah Walker energetic and powerful, and described President Boyka as being free and not healthy enough and would not have gotten up. Had he gone to bed after 12 o'clock in the morning? On his Facebook page.
Present the evidence.
Now, not only that, Jeremiah Kuhn.
I challenge you to present the evidence account.
Can you let him speak? Please? I don't have the power to mute anybody, so
Jeremiah Kuhn, in
let
an interview, said by 2023, President Boyka will not be faith. He will not support President Boyka. He was supporting 2017, but will not support in 2023 because President Boyka could be old and his grandfather will be wearing pampers. Yet he became vice running mate to President Boyka. Now, public records will discuss it without making up stories. So for somebody to say, "Oh, Yeke insulted you," Yeke did this.
You need to present the evidence against me account because you are lying.
I'm a campaign spokesman of CDC. You know what it means to be a campaign spokesman of CDC fighting for state power. He made the most derogatory statement about the United Party, condemning them unfair and reckless. I remember when Luther, in the analyst newspaper, when Luther made a statement in October after the election, the first round election, okay, Kanye said his statement was reckless. They want to plunge the country into chaos. Analysts reported that story. He condemned the Unity Party. He felt the Unity Party was nothing. They don't even deserve state power, that they are corrupt. He called them corrupt. He called them failed group of people for 12 years. That's as the campaign spokesman of the CDC. Okay? The governing establishment to come back and make a TDC state. What does it say about your character in the public glare? What does it say about you, my young man? Today to come on the show and say, nothing has changed, it was a leadership deficit. You were just the chairman of the policy response unit of the CDC, a statutory committee. A portfolio bestowed upon you after election, you accepted the job. But you can't show one policy paper that you wrote. Just in 3 or 6 months ago, you deflected. You can show one policy statement that you wrote and presented. This is a top-notch position, bigger than even some elected executive position of the party. It's statutory committee. Like you will work in the legislature and they say you are chairman on public works. You are chairman on executive. They gave you that authority, put you in leadership of the institution. Just after the election, to revamp, you made no recommendation. You wrote nothing, absolutely zero, no concept paper. You only open a group chat and put people into it. How dare you come and sit on the show and want to castigate an institution that gave you a portfolio to help what you're saying, your revamp leadership deficit? You failed and you're running here to scatter with all any direction.
Thank you very much. I know you don't have a question for Senator Snow.
No, I asked him what can he say. What can he say about that?
He's asking me a question, and I can respond to his question.
I said, on Snow, what can you say about that? Not can you?
Oh, I thought you asked me a question.
No, not you. I'm not asking can you.
Please put yourself on mute. Senator Snow, go ahead.
So everything that Honorable Akaris Green said just now was one partisan speaking to another partisan. I don't think you want to put me in that oil, to fry. He was there when Kanye was appointed to that policy position. Maybe he knows about the chat room, and now he entered the CDC chat room, and now the CDC.
We're announcing officially on the Snow publicly.
So I think maybe Honorable Gray is either saying that to his current or former partisan, and maybe kind of be the best person to respond to. Okay.
I didn't ask
Thank you,
in that case,
No, can you? I beg you, please. Let me go to Mr. Josh.
Oh, come on. Carol, never want me to answer.
Yeah, don't answer.
Well, you ask me, I ask you. So let me go to the next
Okay.
person.
Thank you, Gibson. Good evening, Honorable Snow. How are you today, sir?
Good evening, my brother. I'm good, and you?
I'm doing very fine. Good to see you again. I think the first question I had, you seem to have answered is because some were alluding that you are playing a critical role of organizing the CDC. Are you affiliated with the CDC again, Honorable Snow?
Well, I'm a part of an opposition unity come 2029. CDC happens to be the biggest opposition party. I was invited to the CDC program today, and I graciously attended the program. I wouldn't take credit for organizing because I did not organize it. I was just a part of what I saw as a unique program, and as a program what I saw a new CDC, and I was very impressed about it.
Thank you, sir. I listened to you sometime on Spoon, indicating ambition for 2029. Is that ambition still stay alive?
That's why I just told you about the opposition unity. So maybe come 2029, the opposition might get together and decide who becomes the flag bearer. I could be there, or maybe Mr. Weah could be, or maybe Mr. Cummings could be. But it's important for an opposition unity so that we all can look. The end of the day, let's face reality. There's time and season. And as we are today in Liberia, there are about two main political parties: the Congress or Coalition for Democratic Change, and the ruling Unity Party. Any other political party right now, like in the words of the chairman of the Unity Party, will be helping Verb. So I think we all should, give our democracy a flavor. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a member or an individual from the CDC, but anyone from the opposition community could be. And I think if the CDC is the biggest opposition party, be it big or small, like if you remember when the ANC had a program in Kakata, I was invited to that program. I couldn't attend. I was out of the country, but I did a public post on Facebook commending them, for their convention. And I would have loved to attend if I was there. And that's why today, when I saw the chairman of the ANC, Councillor Horatio Gould, at the CDC program, I thought it spoke volume on behalf of the opposition community, and that was very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Gibson.
But let me just follow up on our statement. The Unity Party said, chairman said, all other parties are helping Verb. Is he actually wrong, or is he speaking reality in a vacuum?
Well, the conversations I had with the CDC standard bearer today, he doesn't think so. He thinks that all other parties are as important as they all are, and he didn't classify any other party as helping Verb. He saw every party standing on his own, and he believed that every party that joining the opposition bloc or the CDC bloc could be meaningful to the process. So he wouldn't discount. He did not discount. I don't think he would discount any political party. I think it was an insult to other political parties that are part of the Unity Party collaboration to have referred to them as helping Verb. I think it was an insult. And I didn't hear, again, the George Weah I've known for over 35, 40 years, I did not hear that from him today. He recognized the importance of every other political party. And he turned to me when Horatio Gould came to the program and said, I'm so happy to see Gould. He was a member of the CDC. He's now in another party, but he's here today. He was telling his wife, how happy he was to have seen a chairman from an opposition political party. He did not refer to anybody as helping Verb. I don't think he would do that. So I think the ruling party, the chairman of the ruling party, referring to other parties that are helping them in their alliance, I think it was a big insult to other political parties.
Okay, let me go to Conor Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Jeru. I'm in no way I'm trying to ascribe any divine characteristic upon former President Weah. But Jesus said, if you have seen me, you've seen the Father. You're very close to this man. You're telling us he's a reincarnated man. But let me remind you that when he was sworn into office, as president of the Republic of Liberia in 2018, he broke down and cried. He was crying because emotionally he was going to help the poor. He was there as an emblem of the poor people. Fast forward 6 years later, he led an administration that engulfed into self-enrichment, and no amount of no amount of concern for the common person. Absolutely not. Unempathetic of the poor man, self-enriched, and he regained his wealth, his lost wealth as a former footballer, soccer player. Now today you're telling us that he's reincarnated. After what is more emotional than crying because you felt this is the right choice by the poor people, and I'm going to be the one to rescue them. Not to borrow from this rescue regime, but just to say I'm the emblem of the poor and I'll rescue them. 6 years later, he rescued only himself and the few around him. Tell me which George Weah you will believe now. You're not in his head though. You and I can never know what's in your head until you tell me, right? So what I can see from your body language, if you're in empathy, or you side with anything, I can see from the body language, but I can never tell you when George Weah wins election, that guy who was crying versus this guy today who is reincarnated, there'll be a two different individual. Convince me otherwise. If I'm a poor guy taking my money to go support this new CDC.
It's very simple, Greg, and I will reference Mr. Cummings, who I call my big brother, since he was the last person you supported in a political situation. And he always said that if you did the same thing and continuously do it and expect different result, then that's insanity. So Mr. Weah is not a perfect person. And like I said, we've been friends. Mr. Weah and I've been friends for almost 40 years. He's someone I've known for almost 40 years. And what I've seen in his political life, even in our social life, or when he was playing football, don't forget when he was playing football, I was president of the LFA when I appointed him as my technical director. We worked together in other organizations outside in Liberia, FIFA, ECOWAS, and all of that. And he's a genuine person. Everybody who knows Mr. Weah will tell you when you walk into his space, if he's not happy with you, that expression shows immediately. Now, when he speaks his mind freely, and when I heard him in the last few days, now we've had a lot of conversation in the last few months. Even for my mother's birthday, he was here as one of the guests at my residence. We talk. We've always on the phone, and every time we have a conversation, he says to me, "Snow, we made mistakes in the 6 years. We made some mistakes, and we cannot continue, or we cannot afford to make the same mistakes." Now, when you come down to accuse him of enriching himself and all of that, that's debatable. I mean, I don't know his worth. I don't know what he took, what he didn't take. I wouldn't accuse him of enriching himself, but I know that all wasn't rosy. There were problems. There were some situations that he regrets. And if he comes to me today, because he's my friend for 40 years, I believe when he's saying something and I disagree with him or I agree with him because I know him. It's like you're going to agree. I mean, you're one person on the show I really admire almost all of the times. And you speak your mind. You're very, you give good analysis of things. You're a good judge of character, and give me that benefit of the doubt that my friend that I've known for 40 years, rather, what he said to me in the last few months, and since he left the presidency, the demeanor, I won't say regrets, but rethinking about some of the things that he should have done that he did not do. Getting more students on scholarship, sending more Liberians out, sending more doctors out, revamping the healthcare sector. He talked about inclusion, government of inclusion, getting other people that may not necessarily be seditious that will come in the government and help as qualified Liberians. And he said that even today. And he said, look, Liberia is too small a country for any president to think that you can win the election and only your partisans will work in the government. Everybody should be able to incorporate people, qualify Liberians, so that people, and he wants to see new faces. He wants to encourage Liberians from the diaspora to come back home and contribute. He wants to work with professional Liberians, and he's prepared to open his arm to work with everyone. I've heard him say that, and because I've known him for 40 years, I believe what I heard him say in the last few months.
Okay, Colonel Gray, you have one more question, but if anybody in studio, please bring Jefferson Chesney on. I don't have the means to bring him on. If anybody in studio, if you have the means, please bring
But the
Jefferson.
two you did party for Jai abandon the show, stand on and Mame, they invited me to the show, then they abandoned the show.
Okay, Gray, you have one more question if you
Yes, Senator.
But Mr. Weston, you forgot about me completely, Chiro.
No, I don't forget. I come to you.
So, Senator, thank you for expressing your own opinion, and I can never falter you for that, because you can never know what exists in someone's mind. That's a premise I hold on.
Okay, let me ask you: Do you believe George Joshua can be a changed man or not at all? Is he a reprobate?
Are you asking me or asking who?
Yeah, you.
Oh no. Human characteristics are bent on their natural traits. Monkey can never leave the hen behind. So if you ask me that question, I'll be biased to give you an answer that when a man, you can't teach old dog new tricks. This is President Weah. He's made up. He's a made-up gentleman. He's consumed. If he was a child, I would say maybe I would be a changed man or a changed child. But George Weah is not in power. That's why all this. But let me ask you. Go ahead.
Conor Gray, like I said, I follow you a lot on this show, and I haven't met you. I don't know if I've met you in person, but I've always admired you. And I'll say this to you,
my brother. We live in Johnson Street together.
Okay. You see, now I know. Well, I kept looking and know that I knew you from somewhere. Thank you. Good reminder. Thank you.
I know you. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, I will use myself as an example. So I'm writing a memoir right now. I'm doing a little book of mine, writing a memoir. And every day I go into my archives and I'm looking for documents, my political life, and how I started, some of the things I said, some of the things I did. And when I'm reading some of the things I said, old newspaper, or listening to some of the tapes, I wonder, how could I have said that? How could I have done that? So the thing is, we all can change. We all are subject to change. And for us to say that it's impossible for someone to change, I disagree. Today, for example, Akara's Honorable Gray was called up to speak. And I was waiting to listen to a fire, someone coming to stir up the crowd. And Akara's walked up there and said, "Thank you very much. God bless you." And he went back to his seat. And I was like, what's going on here? Even the former president was surprised. If you listen to former President Weah today, at the end of his speech, he cautioned them to go back home in peace, to stay out of harm's way, to not get in trouble with the law. He cautioned them. Now listen to George Weah's speech in 2005 or 2011. So today, even in his speech was well read today. The presentation was excellent. When he talked about we are not destroyers, we are builders. When he said we lead, they follow. Those phrases in his speech today, it projected a different person. And I think with people like you, other people coming around to help him, I think he could be far better than we all anticipate.
Thank you very much. Gray, you want to say something?
Because I didn't ask that question. But anyway, Gerald will explain.
Now, 3 questions now that you like the man. Okay,
I didn't ask one question. That's
you asked more than
okay. Let me just ask this. There was a point when you and Mr. Weah, 40 years of friendship. It's not easy. A moment of friendship. 40. Well, at some point you left him, and you went on with your political interest. Now, at what point you think, in your own opinion, given your own experience with him, at what point you think people who have left him should be coming on now?
Great question, Senator.
Now, President, we are in our friendship has not always been based on politics. So you say left him and came back. No, even when we were on opposing sides, our friendship remained. Our friendship has been based on substance. So it's never been based on political interest. I mean, in 2017, for example, I supported the United Party. I campaigned against Mr. Weir. During that period, we salvaged ties. I didn't call him one day. He didn't call me, and I stuck to where I was, and I supported the United Party. And when the elections were over, our friendship continued to where we left off. All right. So we never parted of. In 2020, Mr. Weir went to Bombay County, Akara's great there, he will tell you. He publicly campaigned against me for the Senate. The position I have today, he campaigned against me for now my colleague, Senator Tyler. All right. In Bombay, I defeated them. It never derailed our friendship. Matter of fact, people still accuse him today of not being honest to them at the time that he was actually playing double standard, which was not the case. He never one day contacted me. He never supported me. Now, come back to your question. You know, sometimes we allow our egos, and it works in all human. You know, we all have somewhere in there where ego take the better side of us. Today, I won't call the name again, but I'm sitting with Mr. Weir. We eating. He took the phone and called somebody that had been attacking him for I don't know how long on the radio, on the media. And hearing this guy talk and laugh and why he said, "My man, I've been listening to you, you're attacking me, but you're still my brother. And you know, I love you." And the guy said, "I love you too." I mean, that showed me a different person. I won't say who, okay, but that showed me a different person. We sat today and he spoke so positively about a lot of people. A lot of people. He was very positive. Now, over the next few months, I believe that Mr. Weir needs to find maybe some of his partisans or some of his friends that will get in there and bring back his old friends, bring back people that now we all had problems. We've all had broken away from our friends. I mean, there are people we've been close to at one point or the other in our lives and we broke up. But today, we can look back and say, look, ain't worth it. Does it worth my time? No. Let's work together. Let's break bread together. And I think that's something that I would advise Mr. Weir that he needs to do. Now, there will be critical voice. I've been joking with my small brother or Kanyo in the studio, or my brother, I mean, not classified, but my brother Kanyo in the studio. And people like Kanyo, we cannot dismiss them. So they may come with critical views. They may come as being, you know, government collaborator, whatever way you term them. But they need to be listened to. They need to listen. You need to consider their views and adapt it to the branding process. So I would say to you, in concluding your question, it's about time that, you know, I've known a lot of, and there's no friend of Mr. Weir in the last 40 years that wouldn't know me, you know, and I can give you a whole list of them. It's just time that he spends, you know, the next few years reaching out to them, genuinely reaching out to them, breaking bread to them, because if you need to lead Liberia come 2029, you can't be leading a handful of Liberia. You have to be the leader for all Liberia and all of Liberia and all Liberians.
Okay, guys, thank you. We got 30 more minutes according to my information, but I want to say welcome to Councillor Yakula.
Why you brought Mariah on this show?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the ability. I don't have the ability to put you up, and Stanton is not here, so I guess you're going to remain in your place. And any of you don't please go out. I don't have the means to bring you back in. And Jefferson Chesney is in the back.
You know about technology, my man.
Wants to bring Jefferson back on. Please bring Jefferson back on. Let me go to Isidore.
Thank you. So, Senator Snow, I want to ask you, I've heard a lot of people say nothing new happened today. Have you ever attended a CDC groundbreaking before today?
That's what makes it new to me. I never attended any political party.
I don't know where the other idea came from. They keep saying nothing new happened today, and I've been thinking, but we have never had a groundbreaking event before. So where did it happen? I mean, it was a new thing, a new phenomenon. It was a new path. I don't know where people come from with it. Nothing new happened today when people went for groundbreaking, which of course the first time, it's a new thing. Again, you know, maybe we need to have a certain kind of dictionary. But you know what? I wanted to say this though. I sat here and I listened to my brother Kanyo, who was just recently, who actually lobbied to be the CDC or campaign spokesperson, talking a lot of things. And usually I don't like responding to the brother because I'm one person that believes that whatever you do now lives after you. People see that through you. Now, if we were to go back in history a little bit, Brother Kanye was with the CDC. He was around. When the Liberty Party started bringing in cars in the country, he left the CDC and went to the Liberty Party because he wanted one of those cars. So, and when the car thing didn't materialize, he came back to the CDC because he saw that the CDC was getting government thing and he wanted a job. After the CDC left government, he looked around. Cummins does not have government job to give him. UA does not have some. Bwaka have some, so he jumped behind Bwaka. But then the brother comes forward trying to compare Kanye to Yeke Koluba. And I thought it is just unfair to the real sense of life. I don't think Kanye as a person should be comparing Kanye to Yeke. Yeke has been one of the most consistent person. And Kanye says something that seditionists will keep hoping until they will die of hunger. Only because Brother Kanye never wants to die of hunger, so he tries to sell something of integrity for hunger not to be his portion. Nobody should be hungry. But as a person, you stand for something you believe in. And we all know that life in itself is never going to be the same all of the time. If you keep chasing after what you think you can get, they will call you belly-driven individual. And it is so sad that with all of the examples out there, Brother Kanye will only bring the example of hope and hunger. I'm not sure if that is a reason why the brother always tend to go where he thinks greener pasture is. But I just thought, if there is any comparison, that should not be Yeke Koluba. And I know he hates hearing Yeke's name.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I know Kanye will come later on to respond. But if Kanye says that rather than providing hope, provide practical actions that will make people's life to change, how is he wrong?
No, it's not what he meant. He didn't mean that. We heard exactly what he was talking about. It's not about the end of it, but what actually came before what he said. What he was saying is the issue of people getting in riches and not trying to think riches will come from ahead. Now, we all know success comes after work. You have to work before getting the success. Kanye says, no, the issue of work and success should not go together. You should always be on the side of success. Wherever you think you see success coming from, he wants to get there. And my main point is, you cannot compare a very consistent Yeke Koluba, who has over the time stood for something, to someone who everybody knows never stands for anything. Now, if you don't ever think you want to stand for something, you always go after what you think you can benefit, and that's where sometimes you get into the trap. Now, Yeke went after the CDC, not because Yeke wanted money to rent a hotel room to be there, because he wanted to be Yeke. After the CDC, Yeke is going after the Unity Party, not simply because he wants money from them to be in a hotel room, but he wanted to be consistent as a real advocate for good governance and the right thing for our country. So my main point is, if you have our brother Kanye, who just few days, weeks, and months ago was lobbying to be the spokesperson for the CDC campaign, simply because he wanted to brand President Bwaka as a very old, weak man, in no time, just have this, I don't know wherever it came from. You know what? Somebody called me. Let me just end there because I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. When Boyman is done, we'll go to Kanye for the 30-second response. Then we'll go to Councilor Kobo, Yekula Kobo, to if you have a question or you have a comment about what is happening today. Boyman.
I want to say a very big thanks to Honorable Snow. Like he said, the CDC is on a mission. CDC is on a rebranding mission. And that rebranding mission is proven to be a very big success in the near. It's going to be a very big success in the near future. We all have made mistakes. I personally, I made my own mistake with the CDC government, and I take full responsibility of those mistakes. And that's the reason why recently I did a post on Facebook formally apologizing again to President Weah, because I know deep in my heart that President Weah didn't hurt me. I hurt President Weah. I was the one who did a wrong to President Weah. So I reached out to a couple of people who are close to him to tell him, look, Mr. President, I'm sorry, and I'm ready to make amends with you in moving in and see how I can contribute to elevate the argument on behalf of the Congress for Democratic Change or the Coalition for Democratic Change. Because some of us will believe that the CDC is our identity. I don't care what you say. CDC is a party that some of us, CDC is the only political party that I have ever joined in my life. I affiliated with Liberty Party. I affiliated with Unity Party. But the CDC is the only political party that I have a membership card for. I have never joined any political party in my life. I supported Unity Party. I've supported Liberty Party. But I have never joined any other political party in Liberia besides the CDC. And before let me just end it with this question to Honorable Snow. Honorable Snow, I want you to be sincere to us tonight. You are one of the few people that I admire a lot in the Liberian political context or environment. You know, looking at your background, where you came from to where you are today, you understand the political environment of Liberia. And your words carry what you call heavy weight when it comes to the political dynamics of Liberia. I want you to sincerely tell us tonight as to whether you see a return of President Weah to the presidency in 2029.
Well, I would say from what I saw today and the conversations I've had in the last few months, if he continues and the CDC continues, the future is bright.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, I rest.
So
I will be turning over to
go ahead.
I'll be turning over to Stanton. Before we go to Madam Yekule or Kobo, Scandio, you wanted to give 30 seconds for clarification, and then we'll go to Madam Kobo, and then I'll turn over to Stanton.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that
I said in a rural engagement. I said now on the show, so who kind of responding to now? I said left.
No, I'm responding to the issues that were raised, and it's important to be able to respond to that. Thank you very much, and it was no for affording me that responsibility, that opportunity rather. I like the fact that every sedition that has come on this show today have chosen or made it their business to take pot shots or Kanu Bagbala. And it tells me one thing. It tells me that my critique of the CDC resonates very well with the Liberian population. And that the issues that I have raised and continue to raise even today about the lack of messaging, about just a crowd gathering and nothing new happening, continues to hit home hard. That is why they come for me. And Isaac Doe calls me belly-driven.
Let me ask you a question.
No, I want to, let me end this. Let me just complete my statement.
Let me interrupt.
No, I would prefer to just complete my statement, then you can ask me the question.
While you complete, I want you to ask this, then you put it part of your completion. What message that you did not hear that you hope to have heard?
Okay, so it's two parts in my response.
Yeah.
And I'll reiterate. I like the fact that every sedition that has come on the show today has chosen to take pot shots at me, at my character, my reputation. It tells me that I am doing something very effective, that I'm holding up the CDC to very effective critique. And let it continue to happen. I love that. I'm not afraid of these things. When you enter into the public sphere, it's an occupational hazard. Let it happen. And Isaac Joe labels me as belly-driven because he claims that I vacillate. But look at my life. 20 years of being employed, fully employed. Out of that 20 years, as a professional person, not just in Liberia, in many other countries, out of that 20 years, I spent 2.5 years working for the CDC government. I was appointed by President Weah in January of 2020.
Brother Kayo.
I resigned from the CDC government.
Wait, Brother Kayo. We will get your autobiography when you put.
No, I'm not getting my autobiography. I'm responding to a position. So therefore,
I beg you, Chief. I beg you, sir. I beg you. Please, I beg you. We will ask for your resume. We'll go on LinkedIn. We'll go all over and get it. I beg you, Chief. Let's move on. Do not respond to answer.
But you asked me a question about the meeting.
Can you play on Indeed?
I beg you. Kev, I beg you. But let's get to some serious issue here, Kayo. We know plenty things about you.
It's not about me. It's about the fact, CEO. It's about the fact you just joined the show. You did not listen to Isaac Joe. So I think it is unfair if you didn't listen to Isaac Joe to not listen
to him. Kayo, please. We don't have enough time. Let me respect.
So let me respond in 30 seconds.
No, don't respond to Gibson. Gibson question is irrelevant right now. Let's go to Councilor Kopo. Let's stick on the issue. Then in your closing, you can respond to everybody.
No, but let me close on my point, and then let the matter rest. Let me close on my point.
I invoke section 2.3-6 on the show. What we do here? I invoke section 2.3-6.
See, I know why you babysitting the citizens today. You babysitting.
Okay, I beg you, man. I invoked the rules of engagement. Section 2.3-6C. I beg you, man. Councilor Moriah Yakula Kokwa, welcome to the show. Can you know, man? You understand? He will do that in his closing. Once I have invoked the different section, can you let me law about it? And I know you are begging for the sake of the program. Councilor, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. You follow the CDC program.
You're not being fair to Kanye.
You know what kind of trouble? Let Kanye go.
Our legal colleague.
You see members of the black gown. They always
we stand by each other. You're not being fair to Kanye.
You know how you kill me. I try to cry the man for you to we get enough time. You say, go ahead, Kanye.
Mariah looking for policy. She's looking for policy. No matter.
You know,
thank you very much. So I was at the point where when Isaac Joe calls me belly-driven, when in my whole life the appointed position I've held was 2.5 years. I joined government January 2020. I resigned June 2023. 2.5 years out of the 6 years that President Weah was president. Other than that, I've worked in the private sector. Everything I own, almost everything I own from the private sector, now working for government. That's why I have the ability to speak truth to power about things that happen. That's why even internally in the CDC, I can confront people with respect about the excesses, about the mistakes, and all of the things that Senator Stowe speaks about today. Isaac and others cannot do that. Because they are minions, they are chickens, they are afraid. Isaac and others feel that you must cut out to people in order to get opportunities. He left for the show now, he's going to President Weah, I dare with that man. That achievement that I dare with that man on small event just now. But we must be real to this country, Stanton. The fact of a political party and where it goes has to be directed by people who are brave enough to speak what is true and right about the country. And that is what I'm doing. The only crime I've committed in asking another book is that I can hold the party that I belong to accountable, that I can hold the structures accountable. So as they shouldn't tell me about being belly-driven, because I'm a well-heeled, solid economic gentleman who can stand on my own and say exactly what I want to say. And I will end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanye, and thank you for accepting the jokes. That's what we do here on the show. Mariah, welcome to the show. We have Edwin Snow as our contributing guest. Let's hear you, and then we'll give Edwin the time to close, the senator the time to close as we wind this thing down.
No, thank you. See, that's what it is. At least Kanye has taken it off his chest. But I actually just wanted to congratulate the CDC today for their groundbreaking. I think it's important that we recognize when some level of progress is being made, especially in the political space. What the CDC did today can certainly be an example of what other political parties can try to do, which is build their own headquarters. I don't remember such an event in our recent politics where a major political party broke grounds for their headquarters to be owned by them and their partisans. And so I think it was significant. I also think it was important to recognize that the CDC took their pain, their moment of shame, their moment of denigration, and how they were demeaned and bullied and laughed at for losing the party headquarters they had for over 20 years. And it took their pain and turned it into purpose. And that's also a lesson for other political parties to follow. We all can make the same mistakes the CDC made. That's why we learn from their mistakes and we learn from what we've seen happen, because today is the CDC, tomorrow it could be another political party. And so we cannot try to diminish what happened today. The CDC coming out, they usually come out, but the event, and that's why I was very grateful and honored that I was invited, even though I couldn't make it because I had several events today. But I would have, shown up if I could, because of the significance of it in our political space. Over the next few years, we are going to see quite a lot of political parties trying to construct their own headquarters. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So let's not, try to diminish it, try to act like it was nothing. I think it's the step in the right direction. And I do want to congratulate the CDC and their leaders for taking their pain and turning it into purpose and setting an example of what other political parties can strive to do.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for coming on. So were you guys represented, ANC?
Yes, the chairman of the ANC and I believe the Secretary General were there.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mariah. We'll come back to you to do your closing, but it's good that you came on. The Senator, what's going on, Chief? Let's get your closing. It's almost 12 a.m.
Stanton, for many years now, I've known Mariah and I've always respected her. She's very objective, very professional, very mature, and I think she just exhibited that very well just now. It's not about being in a party to be able to recognize when something is positive about it. Everyone knows Mariah. I mean, how critical she is, how, without taking sides with any particular party other than even her own ANC. I'm sure she can be critical of them sometimes, maybe in those. But, she was very objective just now. That's why I had problems from the beginning of the show when others came on the show and pretended as though what CDC did today was nothing. You can't do that. I mean, we don't have to be with them. Even today, Musa Belete, CMC, contributed $5,000 to the CDC program. I mean, that says something about our democracy. So I think again, I just want to say thanks for the show. I hope that as we go closer towards the political season, we'll leave the personal attacks on these shows. Sometimes that lead to, insults and all of those things on even sometimes the national stage. And let's discuss the issues. I think the last exchange between my two junior brothers just now, Kanye and it was unwarranted, and I say Kanye was unwarranted, and I hope that we can improve, our line of debate, our disagreement, so that the public, because Stanton, when we come on these shows, it's not about us that appears on your screen. thousands of Liberians around the world listen to us, to this show. I mean, this is by far the biggest media platform, in Liberia. Also, you are domiciled outside Liberia, but you are hosted in Liberia. So it's both ways. And I think the message we give to our audience is very, very important. So I just want to encourage not just Isaac and Kanye, but all of those that come on your show. Let's leave the personal attacks and let's discuss issues, because there are a lot of issues or national issues that we have to discuss. And when we leave those national issues and begin to attack individuals, I think it takes away the flavor, it takes away the substance of the debate. And sometimes people get turned off, people log off, and people feel that it's a waste of time.
No, Senator, you're right. And we're doing everything we can together with everybody to have some great improvement. It's good that we're having folks like Dr. Emmanuel George, Winfred Russell, even Kanyo Barbara, now Boima have, said that he will be coming on.
I hope Mariah can come a little more often.
Yeah. She got a lot of cases, but she will. We want to say seriously, it's all good that we are improving this network, and we will get there.
I can win.
Like you said, almost 77,000. While we are live right now, you have 77,000 folks, following the show, over 8,000 comments. So we have to respect our audience because they have sacrificed to follow us, and we do appreciate them all. What kind of programming in the day in Liberia or in the evening we have that much audience coming to listen to you and me and everyone else as we discuss on the issue? But a lot of positive feedback coming, the new addition, people are appreciating them, discussing the issue. So I say thanks to all. Senator Snow, I think it was a great day having you tonight. We look forward to having a great show again tomorrow on one-on-one with the CEO, the rest of the panel. I think I really do appreciate. CDC saw themselves well tonight. Like I said, George Manawea came out and he said, peace, be still. And he has restored hope in the minds of those that were hopeless, those that were disenchanted. And I think Unity Party should also try to do the same. Where is the hope from Unity Party? I may say this and people will disagree with me, Honorable Snow. We came to rescue. Are we rescuing? We came to rescue people from what we accuse President George Manawea and seditions of doing. What we accuse you, Honorable Snow, of doing, that yes, indeed, you play politics of Western Cluster, and on day one, we will close Western Cluster down. Where is Western Cluster today? We came to rescue these people. That they were having bulbs and sores all on the skin, no hospital, no clinics, no safe drinking water, environmental pollution was taking place in Bomi County. And we put it on you that you flew to India or somewhere, Saudi Arabia, and you brought Western Cluster. But where's Western Cluster today after we gave that promises that on day one we shut it down, we kick them out. We give the people of bombing the land and the resources. What happened today? We came to rescue though. We came to rescue that no 11-year-old, 10-year-old, 5-year-old will be selling candy and chewing gum between cars. They will be in school and talking about after school program. Where is that rescue today? I must say, this is about Liberia. This is not about Joseph Human Boyka or George Manawea. This is about the next generation and the generation which is to come. So I said to you, whenever we come on the show, we should discuss the issue. Are we rescuing? So on that note, I know if I give you the chance, you will beat on me. But let me ask you that you can depart in peace. May God bless you. May God keep you, Honorable Snow.
It's your third time inviting me to your show and you left the show. So I hope you won't do it next time. That's a protest.
My son, I will say this. My son have a homecoming program. I forgot about it. And he said, Daddy, I'm ready. He got this little girl that accepted his proposal that she would go with him to the homecoming program. He's in 9th grade. And, just entering high school. So I can't say no to my junior. I had to take him. And guess what happened?
I'm proud of you.
I told him, I said, but where's the girl? She's coming. We still wait there, look at the clock. Did you text her? Yes, she's coming. I said, well, call her. The little girl
Don't put a
said,
poor business out there that man.
he's not washing spoon. The little girl said, Stanton, I'll be right there. I almost said, don't go in, wait for me. Like father, like son. But again, Snow, you know, I couldn't
No
leave you
comment.
hanging. But I know no comment. But I want to say thank you for coming tonight, Snow. It's good having you.
It's always a pleasure, Stanton. Let me say again to you, thanks for all you do for Liberia. Thanks for this show. I think it's really a good show for the Liberian population, both home and abroad. And I hope you keep it up. Thanks for your service to the country.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Senator,
Yes, sir.
So the senator done, Chief. The senator done bad.
Yeah, quick. The 14 million you say you took for the Indian people for Western Cluster, they ask you for a year.
Kevin, get technical problem. Chief, let's go ahead. Leave that one. Leave that one, senator.
No. Yesterday I was in Birmingham at one program, and I challenged anyone. I pray the Auditor General been doing a great job. I hope he comes and do an audit. If I'm caught of taking $1 from Western Cluster, let me be prosecuted. Let the law face its full force. Not a dime I took. I encouraged them to come. I made sacrifices, and I pray that things would have changed. It's going 2 years now, and the more things change, the more things remain the same.
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. It's always good having you. Say hi to the people of Riverside. We'll see them soon. Thank you.
I'll tell them.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, let's close the show. Mariah, it's good having you. Is there any message from your camp? Is there any message that you bring forth tonight? And we know we're going to have you again, but it's good that you came up to say your piece concerning CDC program today.
No, of course. I mean, the message from our camp is, look, we've tried the Unity Party, we've tried the CDC. We have an opportunity to try the ANC. Can't keep doing the same things over and over and expecting different results. Liberians certainly deserve better. And we all beat on the CDC for not doing enough and replaced CDC with the Unity Party, which has proven to be no different. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, just in case somebody didn't hear it. And so it's important that we look forward towards the future and other alternatives. We're not a people who don't have alternatives. We cannot reduce ourselves to just two options. We're not a dual party democracy. We're a multi-party democracy. We have a plethora of candidates and other options that we can look at, including Mr. Cummings, who I believe, personally, deeply believe, is the right choice and is the man to fix the issues we're having, especially with the economy, with the hardship, with creating jobs, with attracting investors, bringing in businesses. We need to take a different route. We've tried several politicians over the years. We've not been able to move the needle as far as we need to move it. We cannot be stuck to our political parties. Sometimes we have to say, look, I'm a seditian, I'm a UPist, I'm a MPP partisan, I'm this, but I believe that person is the best person for the job. I believe it's an opportunity to move forward. And we can do that for people. Liberia deserves more than we've been able to give it. We as a people deserve more than we've been able to receive. And so the message, is consistent for us to address the hardship, the economy. We have the opportunity to give Mr. Cummings a chance. And I personally believe that he will be able to move the country forward. And with the support of everyone, one of the things that I do have to say before I leave is a Cummings administration is not going to be an ANC administration. It's going to be a Liberian administration. All political parties are going to work with everyone from every party, UP, CDC, LP, every party, because it is not going to be an ANC administration. And that's one of the things that we haven't seen in the last couple of years that we need to see, not just talk about inclusiveness, but actually be inclusive and make it a Liberian thing and not a political party government.
Mariah, before you leave, there's a convention coming up, I believe, on the 24th. Will you be here?
No, actually, I wouldn't be there for the convention, but Dr. George will be there, so I think he can speak to that. Yes, it will be in Atlanta, Georgia, from the 24th to the 26th, I think, Dr. George. And Mr. Cummings has already left the country for the convention, which he will be at. So we're encouraging all of our partisans. You know, we do have a very strong diaspora base as well, and it's also important that we revamp, energize the base, and we ask everyone to come out for the convention. And once we put our structures in place, both here in Liberia, as we've done with the convention here in Liberia and in the diaspora, we're ready to start the ball rolling.
And I believe that will be after the U.S. Probably, if I'm correct, Mr. Cummings will be going to Europe, correct? But not so
Yes,
fast.
I believe so. Yes, that's on his schedule. I do have to say though, I'm not Mr. Cummings chief of staff again, so I really don't
All right.
know his
But if you are
plans.
informed, we
Yes,
just, who's the chief? Who's the
yes.
chief of staff? Who's the chief
So
of staff?
he will have to announce that. It's not
Okay.
in my place to. So yeah.
Stanton, the convention in Europe will be virtual on the 25th.
Okay.
And we will be celebrating the inauguration of the European officers in December.
Okay.
That's when we'll go to Europe in December.
Okay. But thank you very much, folks. Thank you, Mora. We do appreciate your shortcoming. And again, we'll talk to you later. Thanks. All right, guys, let's close this show. I want to say thanks to you, Burma J.B. Burma, for joining us. As always, we do appreciate you. Today was a great day having you. We hope you can come again whenever you can. We appreciate. Let me bring in my brother Jefferson Chelsea, Kev Hassan, Emmanuel George as we close the show. Jeff?
Thank you, Stanton. I've been off almost all the show today, but yes, it was a good show today. I appreciate the panelists and the discussion. It was meaningful. I appreciate the senator and his contribution he made to the show today. Today was a great day for the CDC. We had a wonderful day. Our groundbreaking was massive. It sent a strong message to the Unity Party that George Manuel Weah is coming back 2029 as president. And we demonstrated to the public that they can try to break our party headquarters, but they cannot break our spirit. They cannot break our commitment to this peace. So yes, today was wonderful. The Liberian turned out. We saw the motorcyclists, those guys that were deprived of the money they paid to this government. They were deprived of the opportunity to ply the street of Monrovia after paying the money. So we saw the marketeers, those people who were beaten from the streets. We saw the family members of those who were deprived of having access to good health. We saw those people who were deprived of education at the University of Liberia. We saw the mass majority of Liberian people today turning up to say to the CDC and to George Weah that we made a mistake. We want you back 2029. It was a good day today. We appreciate all Liberians that turned up. We said thank you. Thank you for showing to the world that you want George Weah back as president come 2029. And Stanton, I want to say thank you to your journalists that covered the program today. They did a very good job. They covered the program from every angle, and they showed to the world that Liberians were in high spirit to tell the world that CDC is the only option come 2029. Thank you, Stanton. Today was a great show. I wasn't active because I was off and on, but yes, I enjoyed the panelists and the discussion was meaningful. Thank you, Stanton.
Jefferson, thank you very much. We do appreciate you. Like, you know, when we are many, we got to be in and out, but we say thank you for your patience. Emmanuel?
Yes, Stanton, I want to speak to the young people of Liberia as I close this evening. My dear brothers and sisters, you are young. In 1988, few weeks to my 17th birthday, I graduated from high school. When I was 17, I got admission into Totman University, Totman College, and Totman University, when it's called the Great TC in Hartford, Maryland County. You know, every day we went to class, we had a hope and an opportunity. And that hope was that when we graduated with our associate degree, was sure of getting a job and was sure of being paid $950. Every one of us. In fact, at the end of your first year, you receive a letter of employment from companies in Liberia. That's where Liberia was when I graduated, when I was young as you are. So I'm speaking to you right now because you are very special. I know as you look around you, things seem bleak, things seem not to be working, and you don't even have a hope whether you're going to get a job today or tomorrow. That's the reason we have to think, you have to think seriously, young people, of an alternative to make your life better. And that alternative is a man who have a grasp of our economy, who can change things around, increase our salary from $150 to $300, $400 a month. Someone who will create the enabling environment to bring foreign investors, so you too can have that opportunity I had in 1988-89 when I graduated from high school. You can have that opportunity too. So make a serious decision of your life. Start thinking seriously, because your future matters and your future is important. And that's why I keep introducing to you all young people, a gentleman by the name of Alexander B. Cummings and the Alternative National Congress. You have hope. You have a future as a young person when you walk this walk with us. I want to congratulate our brothers in the CDC for a wonderful program you had tonight. It's awesome. You did a great job. I also want to congratulate Liberian National Police for making sure that there was peace and security for that program today and giving us the announcement of where we could drive our vehicles safely today. Thank you all very much. I look forward to speaking to you tomorrow, but thank you for the opportunity of this conversation. Good night.
Right. Good night, bro. Good night, Emmanuel. Kev, let's hear you.
It's a nice show. Not much. We're happy to speak. And I would say, Grandma, JB Grandma, thank you. You're a stand-up guy, and then, you speak your mind. Basically, that's all, that's all I would say. You can see the anger in my brother Kanyo voice and face. So, when somebody angry about saying a party that he tried to denigrate moving forward, that the party is weak. So basically, and that's it. Thanks. It's a good show.
Thanks. Boima, JB?
I think my maiden appearance here was splendid. I want to say thanks to you, Mr. Waterspoon, for giving me the opportunity to be on this platform. And I also want to talk to seditians. I want you to know that since Liberia became a country, no leader, I repeat, no president has been able to do a work that directly impact the lives of Liberians like George Manneh Weah. When Liberian parents could not afford to send their children to university, George Weah came in and said, every public university is free of charge. You can go there and earn your degree. When communities couldn't have roads to connect directly to Monrovia, George Weah stepped in. He said, we need to build roads so that every of this community can be connected to major roads in the country. When our children didn't have a place to play, George Weah stepped in. He said, we need to build recreational centers in every part of the country so that our children can have somewhere to sit and interact and socialize with their people. For 6 years, George Weah led Liberia. He was able to move the country despite all of the challenges that he had. He restored hope for our people. He brought smile on the faces of our young people. Today, you can see the tangible project of George Weah in every community in every town, in every village. For 6 years, he led Liberia. I want you to know, as a seditian and as a citizen of Liberia supporting George Weah, you are not making a mistake. We made a mistake to have gone apart from the CDC, to have built or developed a thought that the CDC wasn't good at that moment. We've realized our mistakes. We are coming home. We are not just coming home. We are coming home with a resilience, with a force that can catapult the CDC to power come 2029. And I can assure people out there tonight that George Weah's return is going to be a tsunami. If you've never seen a tsunami, watch out for 2029. It is going to be a tsunami because we are coming revigorated, we are coming energized, and we are coming with every zeal to ensure that the mistakes that we made in the previous years, that those mistakes can be corrected, and that George Weah, George Manasseh Gozi Bekube Fokiklo Tape Weah will return to the presidency as the president of the Republic of Liberia. I thank you all.
Wait. Can you call the name again? Be careful now before you cause my cause and power cause.
George Manasseh.
Careful. Yeah, don't take your time. Take your time. I got to write it down, please. Yeah, let me write it down. Go ahead.
George Manasseh Segozi.
Segozi?
Segozi.
Is that Guinea?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck it, what? For me, we're on Facebook. Wow, leave that one back.
Jalale, Tape, yeah. Bekube.
Fuck the club. All right, thank you, JV. Thank you, JV. It's good having you. That's always thanks a lot. Kayo, let's hear you, then Gibson will take us home.
Well, thank you, CEO. I think it's been a good show. Putting the spotlight on what transpired earlier today. Also, thank you for being very gracious to the CDC today. You provided maximum protection to ensure that they were in a good space to communicate all of the things they needed to communicate. I think that's good. It just shows that you are a defender of free speech, and sometimes you get to create that corridor so others can just communicate, and that is good. But on a more, I think Badwa is laughing, on a more serious note,
yeah, you're saying the truth. You're saying the truth.
I will end just as I began, just as I began. I think it is good that the CDC has broken ground. It is worth emulating. However, I still maintain that where is the message and what is new? Because a crowd under CDC is nothing new. People converging, climbing in the tree, like you were saying, under CDC is nothing new. So what is new? What changes? And I think that is the challenge that the CDC has, to re-communicate what is new about this kind of gathering. From the centricity movement, we maintain that our position is that we will support President Boakai to lead this country in a direction that is good for all of us. And just because we were associated with the CDC in whatever capacities, and we lost the elections, does not mean we have to be bitter and angry and so consumed by wanting to come to power that we will not want the country to go forward. So CEO, thank you for babysitting JV Boima. Now he went to Sierra Leone, he came out in Sierra Leone, English him up. He came and say, like everything, like my family, my constitution, they gave me speak like very English again. Thank you for all of the opportunity, but it was a great show, and we'll be back again to talk more about Liberia and how we can move our country forward. Thank you.
This groundbreaking
our brother Gibson, thank you for holding it down while I left for a short while. We appreciate you, Gibson. Take us home, my friend.
Look, just for the sake of the people who are listening, Boima, JV Boima, are you a Liberian or a Sierra Leonean?
He's a Liberian Sierra Leonean.
Okay.
I am.
So I want to make sure that because you live in Sierra Leone for a longer time, so you got it.
I've been in this country for 5 years now.
Okay, great.
And I also run a media institution here.
Oh,
so
okay.
you didn't expect me.
Grandma, you get a Justice, right? Justice Radio, right?
I run one of the biggest media platforms here.
One of the biggest, Justice.
So I interact in Creole. I speak Creole very well.
Okay,
but he was former LBS. He was former LBS.
Gibson,
you former LBS.
Sycamore tree there. That's the arrival. That's the arrival of the sycamore tree. Take a look at the sycamore tree. I told you.
You are promised to build this family economy. But I'm going to make a way like the 358. Yes! It is our responsibility to help you achieve that goal. We know whether or not we raise money. You being a senator, you do everything possible to build that city economy bill. But we're going to make our little contribution. So please on now. You want to be here? We have to let go of the and somebody ran away. They rebel against the party, and the party has killed them. So we have 13 convicted general for the House of Representatives. And these 13 convicted generals led by our dynamic Speaker, Honorable Francis Kopa. They have asked me to say to you, the entire caucus in the House of Representatives, they will raise $122,500.
Can we turn it off, please? Somebody got something playing, guys. So I'm just trying to run through some of this video real quick. Wow. Wow. That my first time listening to this. Let me hear it again.
Oh shit! God.
Wow! 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 That was a powerful thing. So let us.
So let us remain resilient. Let us recalibrate. Let us work hard because the people of Liberia depend on us to deliver them for the cause of these charlatans and multi-banks. May the matter CDC remain the party of the people. God bless Liberia, and I thank you. Good to see you. When you leave here going home, please make sure you get home safely. Do not be confronted by people that don't understand.
So Charlatan and multi-banks. The Marcos or the Parcos?
Yo. No way, want to us, yo. Da all, in a sumo, yo. Da all, in a sumo, yo. No way, want to speak to yo. Yo. No way, want to us, yo. Da all, in a sumo.
Okay. I see people dancing in the back. Yo. Okay.
Yes, he put it gone now, so he should just claim that he's CDC now. Start copying and pretending to us.
My freedom of speech now.
Take us home, guessing. It's all yours.
Look,
my brother Kanye is feeling so bad.
The only one thing I'd like to say for all.
Yeah, what do you say?
Let's get close, guys.
All citizens on the platform, don't attack Comrade Bala. Personal attack against him will not yield anything. If the man raise an issue, let's debate it and bring a counter opinion. But attacking them, attacking Mame personally, it will distract from the message. And I think Kanye has the right to provide counterbalance. That's what Spunto is all about, right? People provide counterbalance. And unless he attack you personally, you don't need to. And if he attack George Weah personally, that's not you. You know, you can discuss the issue. I disagree with some of the things he said, that there's no new thing today. I think there's new thing. The new thing that happened today is that it broke ground, that they transported the sycamore tree from the old site to the new site. But I think what he's talking about in terms of messaging is where he must have disagree, because he expects George Weah to say, we'll not build roads again, we'll just keep the money, or we will not build recreation centers again, we'll just keep the money. The only way political messages change is when political variables change. When the people that are supposed to consume the message, when it is a mixture, then you change to be able to conform to the new dynamics. But I do agree, and it was not Snow who sent me that recording. I do agree that George Weah vowed there are certain people that were in his government that will not see any position in the new government when he became president. And I believe that because he said it with passion. And so Snow came here and said it, even though I said my own before Snow came. George Weah is going to be a changed person. He became president and didn't know what to do, maybe 100%. And he was right. All individuals who are going for presidency are all novices to the president position. But now he's no longer a novice. When he comes back and he repeats that same mistake, then we know that he cannot learn. But I can guarantee you, they will not be the same George Weah. And Kanye will come back. Kanye will come back. Kanye didn't say he will not come back, but he wants some changes. He wants some assurances that when he come back, he's not meeting the old CDC. I think that's my understanding of him. Let's take it that way, and and see it from the perspective. Thank you very much.
Brother Gibson, thank you. I want to say thanks, Dr. Emmanuel G.K. George. It's always good having you, my friend. Gibson Jero got plenty of money. He got clinic in Liberia. He have hospital. He got schools. He got radio station. He got a provision store. I'm hearing that. We say thank you for joining us as always. Boima JV Boima, come again, my friend. We appreciate you tonight. Thanks a lot. The counselor, the great counselor Kano Bagbara, as always, the Confucianist. We say thank you, my friend. It's good to have you. Kefiko, you have a good night, folks. To all of you that follow us, over 80,000 of you saw Kano Bagbara on the show tonight. So Boima JV Boima on the show tonight. Over 80,000 of you, and those of you that will be joining us, you just want to join us to see Dr. Emmanuel George from ANC, or Gibson Jerry, or Kev Hassan, or Edwin Snow, or Akaris Gray, Abdullah Mohammed, Stanton Witherspoon, Ed Remy Gray, and all the goodbye and ugly folks. We say thank you. It's not because we are a great intellectual, no. It's not because we speak beautiful English, no. It's not because we are the best of the best, no. But because you believe in what we do on this network and you follow us continuously. We'll always try to do our best to make you proud. We say thank you for joining tonight. Come back tomorrow, one-on-one with the CEO and the team. And we'll be happy to have you to discuss the Foreign Minister, Sarah Bestoyanti. She met Michael Rubio at the White House. We have all the inside scoop. We have everything. But we'll be discussing it more. We'll invite people from the foreign ministry. She met him. She discussed with him. Sarah Bestoyanti. How was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it ugly? But I can tell you, that was a great meeting. So join us tomorrow. Let's dive into it and let's discuss. Till we meet again, have a wonderful, peaceful, God's loving good night. Bye-bye. Nelson Collette.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you very much for everything. We appreciate you all. Have a good night, okay? Be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate your contribution. Thanks to everyone who watched the show. Thanks to the many of you who played the listening role. Thanks to all of you who shared the program. And many thanks to those who have been engaging in the comment section as well, sharing your thoughts and making your inputs from there. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for one-on-one. It's going to be a great show. Better still, you can join us on Monday for Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk will be back on Monday. Until then, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night. I want to say thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. I see Alex Dolo, Vic Merch, thank you for joining us tonight. Telvin Ping, thank you. Jimama Wolokoli. Oh, okay. And Jimama, thank you for joining us tonight. Voice of Lawala Zoo, we appreciate you. Philip Bala, thanks as well for joining us. Harris Quimba, we appreciate you as well. Pali, that's Charles DeLon. Thank you for being here tonight. J-Boy, that's J-Boy Emmanuel Brown. We appreciate you. William Hines, thank you for being on as well. Yes, Passcode. Thank you for joining us. Flex Dawn, we appreciate you. J Prince Momolu, thank you for being on as well. And to everyone, we appreciate you. Whether you've been following via Facebook, YouTube, the invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, done. A special one. With the CEO standing on with the spoon. And you